Chapter 1693. The young clan will be buried with him? The divining flame. It spread swiftly. When the young clan's experts reacted, the divining flame had stretched throughout Fecta City. In an instant, the entire city became a flaming one, and it only took an instant for it to be burnt to ash. The remaining members of the 72 warriors and the 10 black-clothed figures around Yang Yi were instantly incinerated into ashes. As for the 2 true realm experts, they'd fled quickly and had avoided the divining flame before it could sweep to them. Moreover, they joined forces to resist the flames. So, they'd survived. But the flames were still burning. So, howls of sorrow and misery resounded throughout the city. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, and the divining flame was instantly pressed down to the ground. However, as soon as they touched the ground was incinerated into nothingness as well. However, it didn't take long for the divining flame to suddenly vanish completely. Yang Yi naturally desired to continue burning everything, but he couldn't. If he continued, his body would be the first to be unable to endure it. Even though his body was at the zenith realm right now, he couldn't endure the divining flames for too long. After all, its strength far surpassed his. And Nanjing and Xiongqi returned to Yang Ye's side. And Nanjing walked over to Yang Ye's side. Are you all right? Xiongqi spoke as well. Kid, don't tell me that you're going to die. Regardless of whether it was Xiongqi or in Nanjing, their eyes carried worry. Because Yang Yi had used a force that surpassed the limits of his body, so it would definitely cause huge problems for him. Yang Yi fell silent for a few breaths of time before slowly opening his eyes. There was a trace of sickly redness in his eyes. Moreover, his countenance was quite terrifyingly pale. Yang Yi shook his head slightly, and then he withdrew 2 energy pearls. He was just about to consume them when he suddenly stopped. Energy pearls. He only had 2 left right now. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then he passed one to a Nanjing. And Nanjing had fought quite a few battles, and her profound energy was almost completely exhausted. She needed energy pearls too. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to continue fighting. She glanced at Yang Yi and shook her head. You need it more than I do? Yang Yi was about to speak when Snowy suddenly appeared before them. After that, Snowy raised her claws, and a pearl appeared in her grasp. The spirit pearl. Snowy was holding the spirit pearl that Yang Yi had obtained from the spirit race. Yang Yi didn't know what she meant, and he was just about to ask when she suddenly started to rub the spirit pearl with both her claws. As she rubbed incessantly, countless strands of spirit energy seeped out from it. Snowy opened her mouth and sucked, and all the spirit energy entered her mouth. After that, she patted her belly lightly, and then opened her mouth. 2 pearls floated out of her mouth. Energy pearls. Yang Yi was visibly astounded. He hadn't expected her to be able to create energy pearls. Meanwhile, Snowy grabbed one of them and passed it to a Nanjing. A Nanjing glanced at Snowy, and then she took it, hesitated for a moment and said, "Thank you." Snowy cracked a smile and quickly waved her claws as if she was saying that a Nanjing didn't have to thank her. A Nanjing nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Yang Yi took the other energy pearl in Snowy's claws. A wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes when he picked it up, because the energy contained within it was much purer than the energy pearls he had. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to swallow it. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy appeared within him, and then they were absorbed by the primordial pagoda. After that, countless strands of violet energy seeped out from the tiny vortex and dispersed throughout his body, repairing his damaged body. With the primordial violet energy there to heal him, his body instantly started to recover rapidly. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and said, "Help me make more, all right?" Snowy blinked, nodded, and then flashed back into the primordial pagoda. Once she returned to the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi looked up towards the distance. Another old man had appeared there. The old man wore a black robe. His robe was extremely long, and its ends were being dragged against the ground. He held a cane with a dragon head, and the cane was covered in tiny scales. Besides that, there was a bright pearl at the top of the cane. If one went closer and looked carefully, one would notice that it was no pearl, but an eye. The old man was the vice hall master of the Yang clan's discipline hall, Yang. He could be considered as at the third level of authority in the Yang clan. Yang gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "We thought that the 72 warriors, the Shadow Guard, and 3 true realm experts would be enough to kill you. But we never expected that not only were all 72 warriors annihilated, we lost almost all the Shadow Guard as well, and even Fecta City was destroyed. All of this was truly unexpected." At this moment, Yang, Yang Shun, and all the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. After all 72 warriors and 10 of the Shadow Guard had been annihilated. It was a great blow to the Yang clan. At the very least, it was impossible to rebuild the 72 warriors in a short while. Even though it couldn't be considered as a serious blow to the clan, the loss that the Yang clan had suffered this time was quite painful. Yang Yi glanced at them and remained silent. 6 true realm experts. Meanwhile, Yang added, "If we knew how strong you were, perhaps we would have used a different method. Or to be more precise, the neutral parties in the clan wouldn't have allowed us to kill you." Yang Yi asked, "What about now?" Yang looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "Now you must die. Even if we don't kill you, those neutral fellows will kill you. Because the clan won't allow anyone hostile to the clan to continue growing. Especially you. If you're allowed to grow, you'll definitely be a threat to my Yang clan." Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and said, "I never had a sense of belonging to the Yang clan, but I never felt hostile towards it, nor did I have any intention to fight for the position of succession. But all of you forced me to return, and now you're forcing me to die." He glanced at Yang Gus group and continued, "It'll definitely repay the Yang clan 100-fold for what it has done to me today." Yang gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. "That will only strengthen our resolve to kill you." Yang Yi chuckled, "I'm just revealing my deepest thoughts, because I'm very well aware that it doesn't make a difference whether I say that or not. All of you won't let me live, right?" Yang nodded. "Indeed." Yang Yi pointed the wooden sword at Yang. "I think we should stop wasting our breaths. What do all of you want? I'll accompany you until the end. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." Yang nodded slightly, and then he looked up at the sky. "Everyone who wants to see him dead, show yourselves. Otherwise, he may survive today. If he does, all of you'll die." As soon as Yang finished speaking, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared behind Yang, a true realm expert. Once the black-robed old man arrived, another 15 old men appeared behind him. All of them were half-step true realm experts. 7 true realm and 15 half-step true realm experts. Even though such a force wasn't the Yang clan's full strength, it was equivalent to 70% of its strength. Meanwhile, Xiongqi said, "Kid, what did you do in your last life? So many people want to kill you when all you did was go home." Yang Yi glanced at Yang Gus group. He hadn't expected that so many in the Yang clan wanted to see him dead. Even though he didn't recognize them, he had no doubt that their status in the clan was definitely not low. Suddenly, Xiongqi gazed at Yang Gus group. "I really don't understand. Is your Yang clan filled with idiots? Do you know who this kid is? He doesn't just possess great karmic luck, great karma is attached to him. So long as you have him, the Yang clan won't just remain as a clan here. It might even be possible for it to be ranked on the divine and immortal rankings." His voice suddenly grew louder at this point, however. "All of you want to kill him. You idiots. If you kill him, all of you'll be killed too." Meanwhile, Yang Yi asked, "Brother Qiongqi, you're saying I really do have people to rely on?" "Of course." Qiongqi spoke angrily. "Listen, if you die, someone will definitely avenge you. So, there's no need to fear death, because someone will definitely bury the Yang clan along with you." Yang Yi didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Qiongqi added, "You haven't just obtained that thing's acknowledgement, you've obtained its master's acknowledgement. Moreover, he gave you an assignment. Do you know what that represents? It represents that he's willing to be bound by karma to you. Or to be more precise, you can be considered to be a disciple of his that's many generations apart. If you die, he'll definitely avenge you." Yang Yi puckered his lips. "Revenge is useless. Staying alive is the most important right now." Qiongqi shook his head. "He should have been able to sense your arrival by now. The reason he hasn't come to see you may be because he's in closed-door cultivation, or he has been delayed by something else. How laughable. Suddenly, Yanggu spoke abruptly. Bury my young clan with him? How truly laughable. You. Laughable my ass. Xiongqi roared furiously. I don't want to speak with an idiot like you and make myself look stupid. As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Yi and in Nanjing. The more trump cards you reveal in battle here, the better the treatment you will get will be. So, we have to retreat. Yang Yi and in Nanjing exchanged glances, and then they appeared on Xiongqi's back. Xiongqi slapped his claws against space and transformed into a black ray of light that shot towards the sky. A cold smile curled up on the corners of young Gus' mouth. Can you escape? Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge barrier of light appeared in the sky, and then numerous terrifying auras slammed down at Xiongqi. Bang. Xiongqi's figure crashed towards the ground. Boom. An instant later, they'd returned to where they had been just a moment ago. Meanwhile, Yanggu and the others had surrounded them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1694. You've gone mad. 7 True Realm Experts and 15 Half-Step True Realm Experts. Yang Ye's face was absolutely gloomy, because these forces were entirely capable of crushing them. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi gazed at Xiongqi. What's the maximum you can take? Xiongqi gazed at Yang Yi. How many do you think I can fight? Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, how about you take 5? They'll give you the opportunity to kill 5. The corners of Xiongqi's eyes twitched. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, I underestimated how shameless you are. As he spoke, he turned to look at young Gus Group. I can't deal with 5, but I can keep 3 busy for you. You deal with the rest. Boom. Once he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out from within him, and then the space here instantly started rippling. After that, Xiongqi's body started to grow larger and larger. In less than 3 breaths of time, his figure was almost 3 kilometers tall. His wings were especially huge, and they simply blotted out the sky. Besides that, numerous sharp spikes had appeared on Xiongqi's back, and every single one of them was a few meters long. Beast form. Xiongqi's divine ability. The expressions on Yanggu and the others' faces had become solemn when they saw Xiongqi's beast form. Meanwhile, Xiongqi flapped his wings. In an instant, the space around him warped, and then his figure vanished on the spot and shot towards young Gus Group. The powerful force and extreme speed he possessed caused space to instantly collapse in his wake. In an instant, the sky turned pitch black. At this moment, Yanggu and the others' expressions grew even more solemn. An instant later, 7 powerful auras appeared in the sky, and they pressed down upon Xiongqi. Bang! The sky instantly trembled violently when Xiongqi's aura collided with those 7 auras, and then space in a huge area collapsed into a black hole. Suddenly, Yanggu was horrified. Watch out! As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light flashed incessantly within the black hole. After that, shrill cries resounded abruptly. Yang Yi had immediately acted when Xiongqi shattered the space here, because the strength of his laws of darkness would rise tremendously once a black hole had been created, and it was even supplemented by his dual intents and the wooden sword. So, he would be at his prime. The shrill cries were still resounding. Repair the space here. Young Gus' voice resounded and carried a trace of anxiousness. It didn't take long for the 7 True Realm Experts to jointly repair the space here. However, 5 corpses were on the ground. The 5 corpses belonged to Half-Step True Realm Experts. Young Gus' face instantly turned gloomy. Meanwhile, Xiongqi shot towards them again. Young Gus' expression changed at the sight of this, and he said, Yang Shun, you stabilize the space here. The 2 commanders of the Shadow Guard, both of you keep Yang Yi busy. Yang Mu, you deal with that woman. Don't hold back and kill her as soon as possible. As for the rest of you, come with me to kill that beast." As he spoke, he vanished on the spot. At the same time, the battlefields had been split. Since space couldn't be collapsed, Yang Yi couldn't kill in an instant. He wouldn't fear them if it was a one-on-one battle. Unfortunately, they wouldn't fight him in single combat at all. The two black-clothed True Realm experts instantly appeared in front and behind of him, and then two rays of cold light shot towards his throat and nape. At the same time, the remaining 10 half-step True Realm experts attacked in unison. In just an instant, Yang Yi was surrounded. Yang Yi's expression remained calm when facing the attacks, and he just raised his sword and swiftly swung a horizontal attack. Bang! The powerful force carried within the wooden sword instantly repulsed both True Realm experts. But Yang Yi's body shook as well because the strength of those two True Realm experts was too powerful. Head just repulsed them when 10 old men appeared around him, and then 10 powerful auras slammed down on him. Boom! Unyielding sword intent swept out from within Yang Yi, and then a ray of light flashed. He couldn't kill them in an instant now that there was no black hole for him to utilize. Or, it should be said that he was suppressed as soon as the battle began. 2 True Realm experts and 10 half-step True Realm experts. Such a force wasn't something he could deal with on his own. If he didn't have the wooden sword to rely on, he probably wouldn't even be able to fight back, because the wooden sword crushed everything in its path, so he was barely able to fight them. Even though Qiongqi had used his beast form ability, his opponents were 3 True Realm experts, so he couldn't gain the upper hand. Or it should be said that he was being suppressed as well. However, he was extremely swift and possessed formidable defenses, so he was able to hold on. Qiongqi and Yang Yi weren't the only ones being suppressed in battle. Even in Nanjing was suffering the same fate. Her opponent was Yang Ling, and the dragon seal in his possession was a true rank treasure. So, she was being suppressed by him. However, Yang Ling wasn't able to gain the upper hand because her combat instinct was extremely good, causing him to have no chance to injure her. In short, all 3 of them were being suppressed in battle. Moreover, this was the Yang clan's territory. So, it was obvious that if this continued, then it would definitely grow more and more disadvantageous for them. Yang Yi naturally understood that. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to change anything right now. Time trickled by. Around an hour later, numerous injuries had appeared on Yang Yi's body and blood was flowing ceaselessly from his entire body. However, Head killed 5 more half-step True Realm experts. So, there were only 2 True Realm experts and 5 half-step True Realm experts besieging him right now. Even though they were fewer, it wasn't easy for Yang Yi because he was heavily injured. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The 2 True Realm experts were about to attack again when a voice suddenly resounded. "All of you've gone a little too far." As soon as the voice finished resounding, a middle-aged man appeared by Yang Yi's side. The 2 black-clothed True Realm experts and the 5 half-step True Realm experts immediately stopped when they saw him. The man by Yang Yi's side was the commander of the Yang clan's 72 warriors, Yang Zhen. Once Yang Zhen arrived here, the battles instantly stopped. Yang Gu gazed at Yang Zhen for a long time and said, "Why cause internal strife in our Yang clan for him? Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters." Yang Zhen suddenly pointed at Yang Yi and looked Yang Gu in the eyes. Is he not a member of the Yang clan? Is the blood within him not from the Yang clan? Yang Gu fell silent. Yang Zhen continued, "I know why all of you want him to die. It's none other than because you're afraid hell take revenge on you. I really understand. After all, weeds should be pulled out by the roots, right?" He chuckled at this point. "But don't you feel ashamed? You actually didn't hesitate to send out 7 True Realm experts just to kill a Rebirth Realm cultivator. Everyone will laugh at our clan if news of this spreads." Yang Gu looked Yang Zhen in the eyes. "You should be well aware who else wants him dead." "Of course I know." Yang Zhen nodded. "If that person didn't allow it, how could all of you possibly cause such a commotion?" Yang Gu asked, "So, do you still intend to stop us?" Yang Zhen didn't speak. He turned to look at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "You're the person who saved in Nanjing and me that day, right?" Yang Zhen didn't answer Yang Yi. He just gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "You're very like your father, not only in appearance. Your characters are quite similar as well. Of course, he isn't as insane as you." Yang Yi remained silent. Meanwhile, Yang Zhan continued, "I was your father's subordinate. Of course, he never treated me like one. He once told me that he wanted to make the Yang clan the #1 clan in the medium universe of Milky Way system. Moreover, he wanted to lead the Yang clan into the large universe. However, he shook his head at this point and said, unfortunately, something suddenly happened to him, and I'm sure you know the rest." Yang Yi was about to speak when Yang Zhen suddenly looked up at the sky. Did his father wrong the Yang clan? Did he wrong the Yang clan? Why is the clan treating both of them like this? There was no reply from the sky. Meanwhile, Yang Zhen added, "Yang Lin, Yang Gouwu, Big Brother was kind of both of you. What? Are you really going to just stand by idly and watch his son die here?" A long moment of silence ensued before an old man and middle-aged man appeared not too far away from Yang Zhen. The old man and middle-aged man were the Council of Elders leader, Yang Lin, and the guardian of the Yang clan, Yang Gouwu. Yang Lin shook his head slightly. "Yang Zhen, why do this?" Yang Zhen looked Yang Lin in the eyes. "Have you really forgotten everything that happened all those years ago?" Yang Lin fell silent. Yang Zhen gazed at Yang Gouwu, and then he said, "Who saved you when you were almost killed outside the clan?" Yang Gouwu fell silent as well. Meanwhile, Yang Zhen suddenly started laughing. "I understand. I really do. A change of leader brings a change of heart. Moreover, both of you possess a high position in the Yang clan, and you are not just warriors under Big Brother's command any longer." He paused for a moment and continued, "Both of you are still here, but Big Brother is gone, and the relationship we had is gone as well." Meanwhile, Yang Lin said, "We won't act against him, but as for helping him, I'm sorry. If we help him, then the clan will truly fall into internal strife." Yang Lin and Yang Gouwu vanished on the spot. Yang Zhen fell silent for an instant, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "Leave. Don't let the Yang clan find you." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "I can't." Yang Zhen replied indifferently, "Leave everything else to me. You just leave." Yang Yi glanced at Yang Zhen, and then he said, "Thank you." As he spoke, Yang Yi and Nanjing went on to Qiongqi's back. Qiongqi didn't hesitate to flap his wings, and he instantly transformed into a black pillar of light that shot up into the sky. Yang Gu and the others were about to chase after them, but Yang Zhen suddenly appeared in front of Yang Gu's group. Yang Gu spoke gloomily, "Move aside." A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Zhen's mouth, and then his smile froze while his abdomen started to expand. Yang Gu's expression changed drastically at the sight of this. Self-detonation. "Are you mad?" Bookmark if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1695. Let's fight. Self-detonation. Self-detonation of a true realm expert. No one had expected that Yang Zhen would actually detonate himself. After all, how difficult was it to cultivate to the true realm? Yet now, Yang Zhen had actually detonated himself in order to save Yang Yi. A terrifying aura surged out from Yang Zhen like waves. Yang Gu and the others didn't dare to go head-on against it, and they retreated simultaneously. Even though the self-detonation of a true realm expert couldn't kill them, it was absolutely capable of injuring them. Once they were heavily injured, they wouldn't dare to chase after Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi wasn't a weakling. Yang Zhen looked up at Yang Yi's shrinking figure, and he said, "A day as a brother. A lifetime as a brother." Boom. An instant later, a rumbling explosion resounded through Fekta City. The space around Yang Zhen collapsed in an instant, and the collapse of space was spreading rapidly towards the surroundings. In less than half a breath of time, space in an area of over 50,000 kilometers had collapsed into a pitch-black hole. Moreover, the black hole was still expanding. However, a strand of mysterious energy suddenly appeared here, and then space instantly stopped collapsing before it started to return to normal. 3 breaths of time later, everything had calmed down. At this moment, Yang Yi, Qiongqi, and Nanjing had fled Heaven Void Continent, and they were in the starry sky. Yang Yi stood silently on Qiongqi's back, and his heart was filled with quite complicated emotions. He knew that Yang Zhan had detonated himself, but he hadn't expected that Yang Zhan would actually not hesitate to detonate himself in order to save him. Of course, it was definitely because of his father. Suddenly, Qiongqi said, "Kid, we won't make it." Yang Yi restrained his thoughts when he heard this. He was about to speak when he suddenly looked up towards the distance. Space there suddenly trembled, and then a black hand suddenly emerged from that expanse of space and slapped down at Yang Yi's group. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. That was what Yang Yi felt right now, and he wasn't the only one because Qiongqi and Nanjing had solemn expressions on their faces as well. Qiongqi spoke solemnly together, and Nanjing and Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then Nanjing tossed Skysplit towards the black hand. Hiss! Skysplit tore through space as it shot towards the hand. When it arrived around 30 m away, countless spear images suddenly appeared around Skysplit. There were no less than 1,000 of them, and it only took a moment for the images and Skysplit itself to slam against the huge hand. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, the spear images exploded into bits. As for Skysplit, it was slapped back into a Nanjing's grasp by the powerful force within the hand. At the moment Skysplit returned to her grasp, the powerful force it carried pushed her around 3 kilometers back, but the hand had merely turned slightly translucent. Meanwhile, a ray of light flashed. Everywhere the sword energy passed, space was instantly sliced into bits. However, it instantly exploded apart upon colliding with the huge hand. Yang Yi and Nanjing's faces fell when they witnessed this. Meanwhile, Qiongqi leaped forward and slammed himself against the huge hand. Bang! The hand trembled violently and shattered apart. As for Qiongqi, he was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Yang Gu and the others had arrived not too far away from Yang Yi's group. They'd caught up. Yang Gu gazed coldly at Yang Yi. "How can my Yang clan let you escape when it has come to this? If you don't kill a tiger you attack, it'll always be a potential threat. We know that well." The Yang clan had paid a huge price to kill Yang Yi. If they allowed Yang Yi to escape, then not to mention the humiliation they would suffer, based on Yang Yi's natural talent and potential, he would definitely become a formidable enemy for the Yang clan. Yang Yi slowly tightened his grip on the wooden sword and was about to attack. However, Qiongqi's voice resounded in his mind. "Kid, be careful. There's another expert who's staying hidden. That person is much stronger than them. So, don't be careless." Yang Yi nodded slightly, glanced at the surroundings, and then he gazed at Yang Gu. "If I'm not wrong, all of you are injured, right?" Yang Gu spoke indifferently. "Aren't all of you injured too?" A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Qiongqi. The latter immediately slapped his claws at the space in front of them. Bang! Qiongqi's powerful strength instantly collapsed a huge expanse of space, and then Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Yang Gu and the others' expressions changed drastically when space collapsed. Even though Yang Yi was terrifying when he didn't have the help of a black hole in space, he wasn't extremely terrifying. But once he had a black hole in space to help him, then coupled with the undying intense and wooden sword in his possession, Yang Yi's combat strength would instantly multiply by countless times. So, when they saw space collapse, Yang Gu and the others hurriedly repaired it. The joint forces of the 7 of them instantly repaired the space here. However, their faces grew even more unsightly, because one of them was dead now, and it was the black-clothed figure from the Shadow Guard. As for Yang Yi, he had a dagger stuck in his chest. The dagger was from the final counterattack of that expert from the Shadow Guard, and it was the price Yang Yi paid to kill him. Because Yang Yi hadn't chosen to defend himself at that instant, and had chosen to risk his life to kill his opponent. If he hadn't done that and chose to defend himself instead, then he wouldn't have been able to kill that true realm expert. After all, there were 6 other true realm experts here. So long as they were given even a little time, he would definitely be unable to kill any one of them. Even though there was a dagger in his chest, it wasn't very bad for Yang Yi. because his body was extremely strong. So that black-clothed expert's final attack hadn't been able to pierce through him and stab into his heart. Coupled with the help he received from the primordial violet energy within him, the injury didn't affect him much. Visit Rieadl. Me for extra chapters. Yang Gu and the others' expressions became extremely unsightly when they saw Yang Yi had killed a true realm expert in an instant. At the same time, they became extremely vigilant. Yang Yi glanced at the dagger in his chest. He grabbed it and pulled it out slowly. As soon as he pulled it out, a strand of blood sprayed out from the wound. However, it only took a short while for the injury to heal at a visible rate. Yang Gu and the others' expressions grew even more unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Yang Yi's ability to self-heal was much more terrifying than his laws of darkness. If it was any other ordinary person, fighting such a drawn-out battle would have exhausted that person to death. However, up until this point in the battle, not only had Yang Yi shown no signs of being exhausted to death, had exhausted all their strengths and rendered them heavily injured. Suddenly, Qiongqi raised his claws and slapped them down towards the space before him. In an instant, Qiongqi's powerful strength blasted space open again, causing Yang Gu and the others' expressions to instantly change drastically. The space here wasn't as strong as the space on Heaven Void Continent, so Qiongqi could make a huge expanse of space collapse with absolute ease. Once space collapsed, Yang Yi's strength would rise to a horrifying level. At the moment space collapsed, Yang Yi had instantly vanished on the spot. Yang Yi wasn't the only one who'd attack, and Nanjing had tossed Skysplit forward at the same time. Hiss! Skysplit tore through space. Everywhere it passed, even the black hole warped before it. At the instant Nanjing tossed Skysplit, a ray of light flashed. At the same time, numerous powerful auras rippled out from within the black hole. Boom, 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 boom. The entire black hole started trembling violently like an earthquake was surging through it. 3 breaths of time later, everything returned to normal. At this moment, there were only 5 of them left. One more was dead. It was the other member of the Shadow Guard. Yang Gu and the others' expressions grew even more unsightly. Besides that, their faces were covered in fear. True fear. They weren't in the Yang clan's territory anymore, so space could be shattered with ease. Moreover, they weren't able to utilize the formations to fortify space here. So, Yang Yi, Qiongqi, and Nanjing's joint forces had become a huge threat to them. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then a cold smile gradually curled up on the corners of his mouth. A moment later, Qiongqi suddenly slammed his claws forward again, and the powerful force within them instantly obliterated the space around them. At exactly the same moment, Yang Yi and Nanjing attacked. However, right when they entered the black hole suddenly went still. It wasn't just the black hole. Everything in the surroundings seemed to have frozen. A moment later, a huge black hand suddenly appeared within the black hole. Bang! An instant later, a rumbling explosion resounded, and then space returned to normal. Meanwhile, Yang Yi, Qiongqi, and Nanjing had moved over 10 kilometers back. Moreover, the huge black hand was floating above their heads. Qiongqi's head had sunk down while there was blood on the corners of both Yang Yi and Nanjing's mouths. Obviously, the huge hand had injured all 3 of them just now. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked towards an expanse of space in the distance. He laughed fiercely. If I'm not wrong, you're the Yang clan's patriarch, right? A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice came from there. You exceeded my expectations. You. Suddenly, Yang Yi pointed the wooden sword in the voice's direction. Cut the fucking crap. Let's just be a little direct. Let's fight. Fight. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1696, Tearing Off the Talisman. Let's fight. Yang Yi's voice resounded like a thunderclap throughout the area. In an instant, silence filled the surroundings. Around 5 breaths of time later, the The space there suddenly trembled slightly, and then a middle-aged man walked out from there. The middle-aged man wore a luxurious robe, had hair that hung down to his shoulders, and kept his right hand behind his back. There was a scroll in his left grasp, and it made him seem like a scholar. However, he wasn't a scholar. He was the Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Xiao. He was one of the strongest experts in the medium universe of Milky Way system. Yang Gu and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully when they saw Yang Xiao, and then they spoke in unison, "Patriarch." Yang Xiao nodded slightly and gazed at Yang Yi. "You're very like your father. However, your father wasn't as ruthless and didn't go to such extremes." Yang Yi replied, and Yang Xiao said, "Actually, I never intended to kill you. I wouldn't stoop so low as to make a fuss about things with a junior." Yang Yi replied, "But what I see isn't like that at all." Yang Xiao nodded and said, "While I never intended to kill you, many people in the clan wanted to kill you. They are standing behind me. If I protect you, they will hold a grudge against me. So, I chose to let them do as they pleased." He paused for a moment at this point, and then continued, "But I didn't expect that so many experts would still fail to kill you." Yang Yi smiled. "So you acted yourself now?" Yang Xiao looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "At this point, you must die. Even though I don't fear you, I don't want the Yang clan to have a potential enemy in the future. Of course, I can give you a chance. If you're willing to hand over a few strands of your soul, then I can spare your life." "Hand over a few strands of my soul?" Yang Yi chuckled. "What do you think?" Yang Xiao replied, "I think you'll refuse." Yang Yi nodded. "I've figured out the sequence of events." "So?" Yang Yi suddenly looked up at Yang Xiao and continued, "I'd like to experience the strength of a top expert in this world." Yang Xiao gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "As you wish." Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he vanished on the spot. A ray of light tore through space. Yang Yi instantly appeared before Yang Xiao, and the powerful energy contained within his wooden sword cracked open the space around Yang Xiao. However, only took an instant for space to return to normal, and then Yang Yi's sword couldn't do anything to the space around Yang Xiao any longer. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao tapped his finger forward. It tapped against the tip of Yang Yi's wooden sword. Clang! A clear and loud sound of collision resounded, and then space instantly cracked apart. After that, Yang Yi was blasted over 15 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out incessantly from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, his right arm had cracked open. Blood was ceaselessly seeping out from the cracks, and it only took a moment for his entire arm to turn blood red. Yang Xiao glanced at his finger. His finger had cracked open. He fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at the wooden sword in Yang Yi's grasp and said, as expected of that sword, "It can harm anything." Yang Yi looked down at the wooden sword, and then he looked up at Yang Xiao. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao said, "Have you experienced it as you wished?" Yang Yi replied, "I still want to experience it more." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The Sword of Rebirth. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao tapped his finger forward again, and then space trembled violently before a ripple surged forward. Bang! An explosion resounded and Yang Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away again. Yang Xiao suddenly said, "Even though you can kill true realm experts, you only seem strong on the outside, and you're actually weak. Because your strength is something you gained through relying on external sources of strength. Simply speaking, it's your sword that's strong, not you." Yang Yi nodded. He naturally knew what Yang Xiao was talking about. But was there another way? Did he have another choice? He didn't. All of them were at a higher realm of cultivation than him, and they had much more experts on their side. If he didn't rely on external sources of strength, what would he rely on? Even though Head killed true realm experts, Head always been very well aware that it wasn't his true strength. Just as Yang Xiao had said, he was only able to kill true realm experts because of the sword in his grasp. Simply speaking, his mentality was in the right place. Suddenly, Yang Xiao took a step forward, and then he said, "They'll use your death to put an end to the enmity of the past." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his finger at Yang Yi. Bang! A wave of powerful energy swiftly swept towards Yang Yi like a storm. Everywhere it passed, space instantly warped, and it even pulled at the space in the surroundings, causing it to be pulled into a strange form. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and a wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes. A moment later, his sword intent surged out madly, and it was immediately absorbed by the wooden sword. After that, the wooden sword started to tremble violently. Once the energy arrived around 10 m away from him, he suddenly sheathed the wooden sword, and then he swiftly drew it. OM! A sword howl resounded. Boom! An instant later, both attacks exploded apart in front of Yang Yi. In an instant, a huge expanse of space before Yang Yi collapsed and was obliterated. At the moment that happened, Yang Xiao suddenly frowned slightly, and then he clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. The black hole before him shook violently, and then it exploded apart. At the same time, he moved around 300 m back, and then a ray of light suddenly appeared behind him. Yang Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly unfurled his fist, and then a wave of powerful aura rippled out from behind him. Bang! The light was dispersed, and a figure was blasted away. Yang Xiao didn't follow up with another attack, and he just raised his right hand slightly and waved it. In an instant, the collapsed space was repaired. After that, he turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. The laws of darkness is not bad indeed. Unfortunately, it's far from sufficient in a battle with me. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then his soul flashed out from his body. The wooden sword was in his soul's grasp. The wooden sword was trembling, and countless strands of sword intent surged madly into the wooden sword while sword howls resounded incessantly. A moment later, Yang Yi's soul and the sword in its grasp vanished on the spot. The soul version of the Sword of Rebirth. Yang Xiao frowned slightly when Yang Yi's figure vanished, and then he took a step back. As soon as he did that, a sword appeared just 3 inches away from his forehead. However, it couldn't move an inch forward because 2 fingers had clamped down on it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi grabbed the wooden sword with both hands and twisted it. Bang! A sword howl resounded, and Yang Xiao was pushed over 100 m back. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's soul had returned to his body. He naturally didn't dare to let his soul stay away from his body for too long. After all, Yang Gu and the others were here, and he would be finished if they launched an attack on his body. Yang Xiao glanced at his palm. There was a hold there, and blood was ceaselessly seeping out from it. So, his palm was blood red right now. A moment of silence ensued, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. That move isn't bad. Unfortunately, it still isn't enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. In an instant, the space before him rose up like a wave in Yang Yi's direction. Yang Yi's expression changed at the sight of this. He held the wooden sword in both hands and swung it forward. Bang! The space before Yang Yi was instantly sliced open. However, the powerful force carried within space blasted Yang Yi over 10 kilometers away. Numerous mouthfuls of blood sprayed from him once he stopped himself. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao started walking slowly in Yang Yi's direction. Didn't you want to experience the strength of the top experts in this world? Now that you have, what do you think? Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he gazed at Yang Xiao. It's nothing great. Yang Xiao stopped moving. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "Your internal organs have cracked apart, and there isn't much profound energy left in you. Even your body had cracked open. Not to mention me, anyone can kill you with ease." Yang Yi replied, "Why don't you give it a try?" Yang Xiao nodded, and then he gazed at Yang Gu's group. An old man suddenly flashed out from the group. He didn't waste his breath and just charged at Yang Yi. And Nanjing and Qiongqi intended to help Yang Yi when they witnessed this. However, Qiongqi suddenly stopped Nanjing. And Nanjing was puzzled, and she gazed at Qiongqi. The latter shook his head slightly. "Step back." And Nanjing frowned slightly, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi suddenly pulled open his right sleeve. There was a golden talisman on his right wrist. He grabbed a corner of the golden talisman with his left hand, and then it was slowly lifted off his wrist. At the moment it was fully removed, Yang Yi's face instantly warped. At the same time, the right side of his body suddenly started trembling violently. Meanwhile, that old man, a true realm expert, had arrived just 30 m away from Yang Yi. Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded. The expressions of everyone here changed. In Yang Yi's right grasp was a head that had its eyes open. That head belonged to that true realm expert who had charged at Yang Yi. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1697. They'll be back. At this moment, there was a golden bracer on Yang Yi's arm, and there was a tiny character on the bracer. His hand was trembling. It was trembling violently. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's face was savage and warped. It seemed like he was enduring some sort of tremendous pain. What's that? And Nanjing stared at Yang Yi's right arm as she asked this question. Xiong Qi fell silent for a moment, and then he replied, "The war god's arm, the war god that once reigned supreme through the world." And Nanjing asked, "The war god? Was he strong?" Xiong Qi nodded, "Very strong." And Nanjing nodded slightly, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi held the head in his hand as he started walking in Yang Xiao and the other's direction. When he arrived around 30 m from them, he casually tossed the head over to them. So true realm experts are this weak. Yang Xiao gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he gazed at Yang Yi's right arm. He wasn't the only one. Yang Gu and the others were looking at Yang Yi's right arm as well. Obviously, the arm was the reason that Yang Yi's strength had risen to such a terrifying extent. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Xiao said, "I never expected you to possess such a trump card. Unfortunately, it's still an external source of strength and doesn't belong to you. If I'm not wrong, you're definitely unable to endure its strength, and you're actually enduring tremendous pain. It'll take an hour at most. After that, I wouldn't have to kill you because you'll die from the energy of that arm." Yang Yi laughed ferociously. "All of you'll die before that happens." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and he was before Yang Xiao when he appeared again. After that, he slapped his palm at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he took a step forward and tapped 2 fingers towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's palm and Yang Xiao's finger came into contact while everyone watched. Boom! An explosion resounded. Yang Xiao was blasted over 3 kilometers away, and both his fingers were obliterated. Yang Gu and the others were astounded. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi's strength had actually arrived at such a level. Yang Gu and the others weren't the only ones who were astounded. Yang Xiao was quite surprised as well. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to be strong enough to injure him. After all, the gap between him and Yang Yi was huge. As far as he was concerned, it was impossible to close that gap with external sources of strength. However, even he couldn't resist Yang Yi's current strength. Yang Xiao's gaze descended onto Yang Yi's right arm again. "What is that arm?" "An arm that'll take your life." As soon as Yang Yi's ferocious voice resounded, he vanished on the spot again. At the same moment, Yang Xiao swiftly took a step back, and then he slapped his right palm forward. The powerful energy within his palm instantly created a shocking vortex in space. However, when Yang Yi's palm descended, the space there shattered in an instant, and then Yang Xiao was pushed back repeatedly from within the black hole. Suddenly, the black hole started to spin. In an instant, the black hole transformed into a black-colored vortex, and it swept Yang Xiao into it. Yang Gu and the others' expressions changed drastically at the sight of this, and they were about to attack. Bang! However, a loud explosion suddenly resounded from within the vortex, and then space was repaired by a strand of mysterious energy. Yang Gu and the others hurriedly gazed at Yang Xiao, and their faces fell when they saw him, because there was a trace of scarlet red on the corner of Yang Xiao's mouth. Besides that, there was an injury created by a sword on Yang Xiao's chest. Yang Xiao had actually been injured. Yang Gu and the others were absolutely shocked by this. Yang Xiao was one of the strongest experts in this world. But what about Yang Yi? Yang Yi was just a rebirth realm cultivator. The rebirth realm? A rebirth realm cultivator had actually been able to injure the Yang clan's patriarch. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. However, the facts before them told them that Yang Yi had accomplished that. Yang Gu and the others gazed at Yang Yi. There was killing intent in their eyes, undisguised killing intent. This time, they weren't fearful of Yang Yi, they were quite afraid. Truly afraid. Yang Yi was only at the rebirth realm, yet he possessed such strength. Even though he was relying on external sources of strength, it still belonged to him. Once he attained the zenith realm, then wouldn't Yang Yi be able to kill true realm experts like he was slicing through vegetables? At this moment, they'd formed enmity with Yang Yi, so Yang Yi would definitely take revenge in the future. Thus, if Yang Yi didn't die today, they could imagine that they would have to die in the future. So, Yang Yi had to die. Yang Gu and the others weren't the only ones that had such thoughts. Even Yang Xiao did. He really hadn't taken Yang Yi seriously before this. After all, he had the ability to do that. Yet now, he knew that if he allowed Yang Yi to continue growing, then the Yang clan would definitely have a formidable enemy in the future. Yang Yi had to die. As soon as he thought up to this point, Yang Xiao slowly clenched his fists. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Xiao when he appeared again. After that, he clenched his right fist and slammed it down at Yang Yi. A powerful wave of force instantly obliterated the space around him, causing the surroundings to instantly fall into darkness. Mantra point. Suddenly, Yang Xiao's voice resounded in the black hole. An instant later, a wave of powerful energy swept out from the black hole, and then the black hole was torn up into pieces. Rumble. Explosions resounded incessantly through the black hole, and it took over a dozen breaths of time for space to return to normal. And Nanjing slowly clenched her fists while she stared at that expanse of space in the distance. There was worry in her eyes. It didn't take long for space there to fully return to normal, and both Yang Yi and Yang Xiao appeared before everyone. They were around 3 kilometers away from each other, and both of them looked fine on the outside. Just like that, around 10 breaths of silence ensued before Yang Xiao gazed at Yang Yi's right arm again. What arm is that? Had asked a similar question earlier, and Yang Yi hadn't answered him. Now, had asked again. Obviously, he was extremely curious about the arm. Of course he was, because Yang Yi was able to fight him by relying on that arm. Yang Yi didn't answer Yang Xiao. He just stomped his right foot down and shot forward. This time, his target wasn't Yang Xiao but Yang Gu's group. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Yang Gu and the others' expressions changed at the sight of this. They weren't Yang Xiao who could resist Yang Yi in his current state. Even though they were extremely fearful, none of them retreated. They were true realm experts at any rate, so they had mental fortitude and courage. Yang Gu immediately slammed his cane forward. Yang Ling and the others behind Yang Gu attacked simultaneously as well. How terrifying were the joint forces of 4 true realm experts. A gigantic expanse of space shook violently. It was absolutely shocking. Yang Yi didn't slow down at all. Viciousness flashed through his eyes as he clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. A wave of powerful force surged out from his fist and rippled forward. In just an instant, a huge expanse of space collapsed, and then Yang Gu and the others' expressions changed drastically in response. Because Yang Yi's strength was the most terrifying when he was within a black hole. Fortunately, the newly collapsed expanse of space was instantly repaired. It was Yang Xiao. He naturally had to help, because Yang Yi was within a black hole, and true realm experts were nothing to Yang Yi while he was in a black hole. Yang Yi could kill them at will. Even though the Yang clan was a huge clan, it couldn't afford to lose true realm experts. Or it should be said that the Yang clan had lost enough true realm experts. If Yang Gu and the others perished here, then the Yang clan would have truly suffered severe losses. At this moment, Yang Yi had appeared 3 kilometers away. His face was completely warped, and his right hand was still shivering. Actually, if one looked carefully, one would notice that it wasn't just his right hand which was shivering, his entire body was shivering. Even though it was just an arm, its original owner had been an extremely terrifying existence while he was still living. Yang Yi's current strength was too inferior to the arm's original owner. So, He wasn't able to endure its strength at all. Now, he was enduring it with his willpower, but he was almost on the verge of failing to endure it. Suddenly, Yang Xiao leaped up into the air and arrived above Yang Yi, and then he slapped his palm down at Yang Yi. A huge black palm descended from the sky and seemed to intend to smack Yang Yi into bits. Meanwhile, Yang Yi looked up at the huge palm above him, and then he stomped his right foot down, shot up into the air, and slapped his palm at the huge palm. Boom! Yang Xiao's attack was slapped into bits. Yang Yi didn't attack again after he did that. His figure flashed over to Qiongqi instead. Let's go. His voice was very hoarse. Qiongqi was stunned for a moment, and then he slapped his claws down and shot off towards the starry sky with Yang Yi and in Nanjing on his back. Stop them! Yang Xiao's voice resounded, and then his figure transformed into a beam of light that charged at Yang Yi's group. Yang Gu and the others hurriedly followed after Yang Xiao. Suddenly, Yang Yi slapped his palm downwards in their direction. Bang! A wave of powerful force surged down from above. Yang Xiao was instantly pushed backwards repeatedly. He wasn't the only one. Yang Gu and the others suffered a similar fate. They stopped themselves after being pushed numerous kilometers back. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's group had vanished into the depths of the starry sky. At the same time, Yang Yi's ferocious voice resounded from far away. Yang Clan. They'll be back. I definitely will. End of Book 13. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1698. You're a lefty now. Book 14. Revenge and Redemption. Yang Yi's voice reverberated like thunder through the starry sky. Yang Xiao and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces when they heard Yang Yi. Yang Yi had fled while being surrounded and attacked by numerous experts of the Yang clan. A day ago, killing Yang Yi was an absolutely easy thing for the Yang clan, because he was just a rebirth realm expert. So, wasn't it absolutely simple for the Yang clan to kill a rebirth realm expert? However, everything far surpassed their expectations. It wasn't just Yang Yi's strength that had surpassed their expectations. Yang Yi's trump cards had far surpassed their expectations as well. Yang Yi was just at the rebirth realm now. If he attained the zenith realm, or the true realm, at that time, could anyone in the Yang clan stop him when he used the wooden sword and that arm? Based on Yang Yi's vengeful character, they had no doubt that he would return to the Yang clan. When he did so, he would definitely wash the Yang clan with blood. Everyone here fell silent, and the atmosphere here was quite suffocating. A long time passed before Yang Xiao spoke abruptly. Use all the resources available to my Yang clan to find him and issue a warrant for him. As for its contents, Yang Yi colluded with outsiders to steal a precious treasure of the Yang clan. The Yang clan is willing to reward Yang Yi's killer with a true rank treasure and a chance to choose any 2 true rank techniques from the Yang clan's technique pavilion. He paused for a moment and continued. In the event one is unable to kill him, my Yang clan is still willing to give a true rank technique for information related to Yang Yi. Besides that, tell our fellow clansmen that Yang Yi is our clan's #1 enemy from now on. Yang Gu and the others' expressions were extremely gloomy, and they remained silent. Yang Xiao closed his eyes slowly. Suddenly, he turned to look towards the distance. There was a woman there. Everyone gazed at her. Yang Xiao gazed at her for a long time and asked, "Why didn't you help? We would have had a 90% chance of killing him if you helped." She shot a sideways glance at Yang Xiao's group and replied with a question, "Why should I?" Yang Xiao replied, "You're a member of the Yang clan." She said, "Isn't Yang Yi a member of the Yang clan too?" Yang Xiao gazed at her for a long time before he said, "Is this what you want?" She shook her head, "Not entirely." Yang Xiao asked, "Are you that desperate to be the Yang clan's patriarch?" She looked him in the eyes and replied, "Yes." Yang Xiao and her gaze were locked for a long time before he said, "I feel like killing you right now." She shrugged and gestured at them. "Why don't you give it a try?" Yang Xiao gazed at her, and he slowly clenched his right fist. A short while later, He slowly closed his eyes and relaxed his clenched fist. The Yang clan couldn't afford to engage in further internal strife. A short while of silence later, Yang Xiao opened his eyes and gazed at her. Women can't inherit the position of patriarch. It's a rule set by our ancestor. She gazed at Yang Xiao. Our ancestor was pedantic. Are all of you going to be like that too? How dare you? Yang Xiao shouted angrily, and then he slapped his right palm forward. A black palm instantly flashed out from the space before him, and then it slapped down at her. Suddenly, she raised her hand and tapped a single finger forward. Hiss! A bolt of lightning tore through space, and it blasted Yang Xiao's attack into bits. However, it didn't vanish after the collision, and it didn't even slow down as it instantly arrived before Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he slammed his fist forward. Boom! The lightning exploded apart in an instant. However, it didn't vanish. All the strands of electricity created from the explosion returned to the woman, and then they converged together once more to form a completely new bolt of lightning which floated before her. Yang Xiao glanced at his fist. It was pitch black, and he wasn't even able to feel it anymore. A few breaths of silence later, he looked up at her. The true realm. No wonder you're so confident. She glanced at Yang Xiao and the others before she said, "I'm the future patriarch of the Yang clan. If the rules set by the ancestor prohibit me from doing so, then I'll annul his rules. If all of you refuse to let me be the patriarch, then I'll destroy all of you." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yang Xiao just gazed in that direction for a long time, and then he took a deep breath and said, "She's grown her wings and can fly solo now." Yang Gu spoke in a low voice. "We should have killed her all those years ago." Yang Ling shook his head. She kept a really low profile then. Yang Xiao placed his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. There was a lost expression in his eyes. Two peerless geniuses appeared in my Yang clan, but it's not fortune. Ancestor, is my Yang clan going to fall into decline? Ferocity suddenly flashed into his eyes at this point. No, I will absolutely not allow the Yang clan to fall into a decline while it's in my hands. From this moment onward, I'm going into closed-door cultivation. No one is to disturb me. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. A long moment of silence appeared here, and then Yang Gu said, "Is he going to inherit that thing?" Yang Ling nodded slightly. "He should be." Yang Gu sighed softly and didn't speak further. It didn't take long for everyone here to vanish. Because the Yang clan sealed off all information related to the incident between Yang Yi and the Yang clan, it hadn't spread into the outside world. However, the Yang clan did issue a warrant for Yang Yi. So, countless people started to look for Yang Yi. Because the rewards provided by the Yang clan were extremely tempting, and Yang Yi was only at the rebirth realm. As far as many were concerned, killing a rebirth realm expert was definitely not difficult at all. So, some had started to search for Yang Yi, as they hoped to gain such a windfall. After they fled Heaven Void Continent, Qiong Qi's figure rushed into the depths of the boundless starry sky. A long time later, Yang Yi suddenly spoke hoarsely, I can't hold on for much longer." Qiong Qi was just about to speak when Yang Yi's right hand suddenly slapped down towards Qiong Qi's back. Boom. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Qiong Qi was slapped down to the ground, and it didn't take long for his furious cursing to resound from below. "Kid, what the hell?" Yang Yi used his left hand to hold tightly onto his right hand, and his entire face had warped. And Nanjing's expression changed slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly spoke. Don't come closer. I can't control this hand. It's growing stronger and stronger." However, and Nanjing still walked over. Suddenly, Yang Yi roared with fury and slapped his palm in her direction. Her eyelids twitched, and she stabbed Sky Split forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both she and her spear were blasted over 10 kilometers away. Blood seeped out from both corners of her mouth when she stopped herself. Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his hand and slapped it at her again, and a strand of extremely powerful energy surged out like a wave. And Nanjing's expression changed. She was about to attack when Qiong Qi suddenly appeared before her. and then he raised his right claw and slapped it forward. Boom! An explosion resounded and Xiongqi was blasted 3 kilometers away. And Nanjing glanced at Xiongqi, and her face fell. Because the scales on Xiongqi's body had actually cracked open. Yang Yi was about to attack again when Xiongqi suddenly spoke. Hurry! Stick the talisman back on your arm. Hurry! Yang Yi was stunned when he heard Xiongqi, and then he flipped his left palm. The golden talisman appeared in his left grasp before he slapped it on his right arm. As soon as it was stuck on his arm, Yang Yi's shaking arm gradually stopped shaking. Even though it was still trembling, it wasn't that intense anymore. Moreover, his arm was gradually calming down further. Around 3 breaths of time later, it had calmed down completely. Xiongqi and a Nanjing appeared before Yang Yi. And Nanjing's expression changed again when she saw his arm. Yang Yi looked down at his right arm, and he was stunned when he saw it. His right arm was still that right arm with the golden bracer. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment and tried to raise his right arm. However, he was shocked to notice that it didn't move at all. Simply speaking, he couldn't feel his right arm anymore. Yang Yi gazed at Xiongqi and in Nanjing. What's going on? And Nanjing frowned slightly. What? Yang Yi replied, I can't feel my arm. As he spoke, he raised his left hand and placed it on his right hand. However, his right hand didn't feel anything. No matter what he did, he couldn't feel anything from his right hand. At this moment, Yang Yi fell into slight panic. Suddenly, Xiongqi said, The war god's arm destroyed your original arm. Yang Yi looked up at Xiongqi. It destroyed my arm? What do you mean? Xiongqi replied, Your arm was inferior to it, so it replaced your arm. So, now that you've sealed it with the talisman, its strength and everything it possesses has been sealed. Thus, you can't feel it. Yang Yi was stunned. Then what should I do? Xiongqi replied, What are you worried about? Don't you still have a right arm? Moreover, it's even stronger than before. You are just unable to truly control it. So, if worse comes to worse, you can just avoid using it for now. Avoid using it? Yang Yi spoke with disbelief. You're asking me to avoid using my right hand? Then I should use my left in battle from now on? What else? Xiongqi continued, You can't fully control the war god's arm right now. Moreover, it was still growing stronger just now. In other words, it may kill you if you remove the seal right now. Xiongqi paused for a moment and continued, Congratulations, you're a lefty from now on. Please tell me how you feel. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1699. I kill with every 10 steps I take. Chapter 1699. I kill with every 10 steps I take. A lefty. Xiongqi wasn't wrong. Yang Yi was a lefty right now, because he couldn't use his right hand at all, nor did he dare to use it. The war god's arm was way beyond his capabilities. Once he unsealed it, then not to mention the people around him, even he would be in danger. A lefty. Yang Yi glanced at his left hand, and he had a very gloomy expression on his face. He usually used his right hand. Now that he had to use his left hand, he wouldn't just be unaccustomed to it. The most important part was that his strength would definitely decline tremendously. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time. He was just about to speak when he suddenly looked up towards the left. Show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, space there trembled, and then an old man walked out slowly. Yang Yi knew the old man. It was the Wu clan's Grand Elder. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing. He had no doubt that the Grand Elder of the Wu clan was here for her. And Nanjing pondered deeply for a moment and was about to speak. But the Wu clan's Grand Elder spoke abruptly. Missin, don't you want to grow stronger? And Nanjing gazed at the Grand Elder. What are you trying to say? The Grand Elder spoke solemnly. Missin, my Wu clan is aware that you want to stay by Yang Ye's side. However, you won't be able to grow swiftly while you stay by his side. And Nanjing looked him in the eyes. And I can do that in the Wu clan? The Grand Elder answered her without the slightest hesitation. Yes. What makes you so confident? It was Yang Yi who asked this question. The Grand Elder looked them in the eye. Because the soul of my ancestor has arrived. He came especially for Missa. Wu Mu. Yang Yi frowned. He came for her? What do you mean? The Grand Elder nodded. My ancestor wants to give her his entire inheritance. The Grand Elder's face became slightly uncomfortable at this point. Wu Mu's inheritance was something everyone in the Wu clan dreamed of obtaining. Yet now, Wu Mu was giving it to an outsider. So, it wasn't just him. Even everyone in the Wu clan felt quite unhappy, but no one dared to object to it. Yang Yi looked the Grand Elder in the eye and asked, why is your ancestor giving his inheritance to her and not your Wu clan? The Grand Elder laughed bitterly. Even though he didn't say anything, we know that it's because no one in the Wu clan is suitable, or I should say that no one is qualified. My ancestor has no ill intent towards her, and neither does my Wu clan. My ancestor wants to give her his inheritance because he thinks highly of her natural talent. He paused for a moment and continued. Of course, my ancestor did say that Missin can decide if she wants to accept it or not. If she isn't willing, then he won't force her. However, the doors of my Wu clan will always be open for Missin. Then can you open it for me too? Yang Yi suddenly said, Grand Elder. See, my natural talent isn't bad either. I'm really willing to join the Wu clan and learn from it. The corners of the Grand Elder's eyes twitched. He glanced at Yang Yi and laughed bitterly again. If it was before this, then it would naturally not be a problem. But now, he didn't continue speaking once he spoke up to this point. Yang Yi was irreconcilable enemies with the Yang clan. If the Wu clan took Yang Yi in now, then it would be equivalent to going to war with the Yang clan. Even though the Wu clan didn't fear the Yang clan, it didn't have to go to war with the Yang clan. Yang Yi smiled. I was joking. He gazed at Nanjing as he spoke. A long moment of silence ensued before Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi. I want to go to the Wu clan. Yang Yi nodded. I support your decision. Even though he wanted her to stay by his side, he didn't want to hinder her growth. She gazed at him and asked, You'll be going back to the Yang clan, right? The Yang clan. A wisp of gloominess flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. Of course I will. How could he forget what the Yang clan had done to him? He intended to make them pay 100-fold for what they'd done. And Nanjing nodded slightly. Don't forget to let me know when you're heading back. I'll go with you. Yang Yi replied, of course. And Nanjing didn't say anything. She just gazed at the Grand Elder. The latter nodded and was about to leave. But he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He hesitated for a moment before he gazed at Yang Yi. I think that you should go to a place. Perhaps you'll gain something there. Yang Yi asked, where? The Wu clan's Grand Elder fell silent for a few moments and said, Phoenix Cry Mountain. Yang Yi frowned slightly. What's that place? The Grand Elder spoke solemnly. The place where a sword cultivator fell. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. Was it where the owner of the wooden sword fell? The Grand Elder shook his head slightly. In terms of cultivation in the sword Tao, that existence who fell at Phoenix Cry Mountain is much greater than the owner of that wooden sword. He's a cultivator who started from the small universe in Milky Way system. When he arrived in the medium universe, his swift and elusive sword technique shocked countless experts here. Because his sword technique carried a scholarly and righteous aura, he was also called the Sword Immortal. The Sword Immortal. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Was he killed? The Grand Elder shook his head. I don't know. After he died, the place where he fell, Phoenix Cry Mountain, was covered by a huge green lotus sword formation which his sword created. So, outsiders are unable to enter at all. As time passed, the sword formation grew weaker and weaker. Thus, many people, and especially sword cultivators, are rushing to Phoenix Cry Mountain with the hopes of laying eyes on him. Of course, even more hope to obtain his inheritance. The Grand Elder glanced at Yang Yi at this point, and then he continued, You're a sword cultivator, so you can go have a look. However, you must be careful because the Yang clan is looking everywhere for you. Yang Yi nodded. I will. The Wu clan's Grand Elder nodded slightly. Farewell. He turned around and left once he finished speaking. And Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, They'll be waiting for you. She turned around and vanished on the spot as well. Once she left, Yang Yi took a deep breath and gazed at Xiongqi. Brother, are you all right? Xiongqi spoke angrily. What do you think? Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly, and then he spoke seriously. Both of us need to grow stronger. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. This time, Head relied on numerous trump cards to escape the Yang clan. Simply speaking, the gap between him and the Yang clan was still extremely huge. If he wanted to take revenge, he would be dreaming if he thought he could accomplish it with his current strength. Of course we have to. Xiongqi spoke fiercely. Kid, let me tell you this. I really can't stand the sight of that Yang clan of yours. So, I've decided to attack them with you and cleanse this humiliation I've suffered today. Yang Yi nodded. Of course we will. After that, Yang Yi and Xiongqi started to heal themselves. Both of them were completely exhausted during the battle. It was especially so for Yang Yi. His body was exhausted to the limit after suffering backlash from the strength he used during the battle. If it wasn't for the primordial violet energy he had, he would be dead by now. In the third level, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, while countless strands of primordial violet energy were swiftly repairing his body. Snowy, Zir, and Xiao Yushi weren't very far away from where he sat. At this moment, all of them were looking at him with worried expressions on their faces. It was especially so for Snowy. The rims of her eyes were filled with mist, and it seemed like they would converge into pearls of water at any moment. 4 hours later, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. As soon as his eyes opened, Snowy pounced into his arms and ceaselessly rubbed her head against his chest. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently while a wisp of gentleness flashed through his eyes. After that, he gazed at Zir and Xiao Yushi. I'm sorry for making all of you worry. Xiao Yushi shook her head slightly and remained silent. Zir walked over to him and spoke softly. Be careful next time. Yang Yi smiled as he nodded. After that, he didn't leave the primordial pagoda immediately, and he accompanied them for some time. Since he left Merak system for the Milky Way system, he hadn't spent time with them for a long time. The happiest was definitely Snowy. As far as Snowy was concerned, the happiest thing was to play with Yang Yi. She didn't think too much about anything, and she just wanted to play. Play happily to her heart's content. However, the situation with the wooden sword made Yang Yi feel quite depressed, because it was unwilling to let him get close to it. According to Snowy, the wooden sword could sense the powerful slaughter intent and viciousness that he had. Fortunately, it was willing to let him use it on a monthly basis because of Snowy. Yang Yi didn't try to ask for more because he didn't want to rely on it too much. 3 days later, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda and traveled to Phoenix Cry Mountain. He needed to improve his strength, so he wouldn't let go of any chance to improve his strength. Moreover, he wanted to see that legendary sword immortal. Because Yang Xian had given him a map that day, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to find Phoenix Cry Mountain. For the sake of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Yang Yi covered himself beneath a green robe, and it completely concealed his appearance. 3 days later, Yang Yi arrived at Sword Immortal City. Sword Immortal City was below Phoenix Cry Mountain. It wasn't called Sword Immortal City in the beginning, but because of Phoenix Cry Mountain and the fact that the Sword Immortal had stayed here in the past, it was called Sword Immortal City. Yang Yi didn't fly into the city. He descended to the ground outside the city because there was an anti-flight formation above the city. Even though the formation was nothing to him, he didn't want to cause trouble. He wasn't here to cause trouble. Right when Yang Yi was about to enter the city, he suddenly stopped and looked up at the wall on his left. There was a row of words there. I kill with every 10 steps I take, and no one can stop me. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1700, The Wine and Poetry Immortal. The words were written with grand and beautiful strokes, and they felt elegant and unrestrained. Li Tai Bai. Suddenly, a man with a sword on his back and a woman appeared by Yang Yi's side. The man gazed at the writing, the sword immortal, Li Tai Bai. Supposedly, he wasn't just fond of the sword. He was fond of poetry and wine too. So, he was also called the Wine Immortal and Poetry Immortal. The Wine Immortal. The poetry immortal. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he gazed at them. The man was around the age of 25, had clear features, a sword on his back, and emanated a faint strand of sword in tint. The woman was slightly younger and seemed just around 20 years of age. She wore a tight green dress, and her figure was very good. Her figure wasn't the only thing that was good. She was very beautiful too. There was a sword hanging on her waist. The man suddenly asked, "Brother, are you here for the Sword Immortal's inheritance too?" Yang Yi nodded, "Sort of. However, I mostly just want to meet that Sword Immortal." The man smiled. "My sister and I are here to meet him too. We aren't the only ones. I'm afraid all the sword cultivators in the world are here." Yang Yi was quite surprised. All the sword cultivators in the world? The man nodded. Li Taibai came from the small universe. What sort of place is that? It's where our human race's civilization of cultivation began. Even though Li Taibai isn't an ancient cultivator, had one of the first to start cultivating. I think that many sword cultivators would like to see how strong such a sword cultivator is. Yang Yi turned to look into the city. Then let's go. It didn't take long for them to enter the city. During their conversation, Yang Yi found out that the man's name was Xiao Jin, and the woman was Xiao Yushui. They were siblings, and both were at the zenith realm. It wasn't just their cultivation, even their sword intent was at the zenith rank, just like him. This made Yang Yi feel quite surprised. Sword Immortal City wasn't huge, but it was exquisite. There were very few buildings in the city, so it seemed very spacious. All along the way, Yang Yi met many sword cultivators. Most of them were extremely strong, especially some that even gave him a sense of danger. There was always someone stronger. Yang Yi had never thought that he was the #1 sword cultivator in the world. There were too many experts in the world, so it was best to be humble and keep a low profile. Of course, he would make a show of strength when necessary. Xiao Jin suddenly asked, "Brother Yi Yang, you're going to Phoenix Cry Mountain right now?" Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Jin. "Why? You're not going now?" Xiao Jin shook his head slightly. "Not now. Because a sword conference is being held tomorrow. We intend to head to Phoenix Cry Mountain after the conference." Yang Yi was puzzled. "A sword conference?" Xiao Jin replied, "You don't know about it?" Yang Yi shook his head. Xiao Jin glanced at Yang Yi and explained, "It's hosted by Li Fengyu." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "You should know Li Fengyu, right?" Yang Yi shook his head again. At this moment, both brother and sister had surprised expressions on their faces. Yang Yi asked, "Is he very famous?" Xiao Jin laughed bitterly. "He isn't just famous. He's ranked at the 4th position on the Milky Way rankings. There's a saying in our medium universe of Milky Way system, Fengyu of the South and Linsong of the North. They are the only known sword cultivators to have attained the true rank in sword intent." The true rank in sword intent. Yang Yi was visibly moved, because possessing true rank sword intent was quite amazing. Needless to say, all sorts of formidable experts were hidden in the medium universe of Milky Way system. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian added, "Everyone has their own sword Dao, and everyone's sword Dao is different. If all the sword cultivators of the medium universe can sit down and discuss it, then I'm sure it'll be beneficial for everyone." Yang Yi nodded. Everyone's sword Dao was different, and the way they cultivated varied as well. If they sat down and discussed with each other for a while, it would definitely be beneficial to all of them. After all, a sword cultivator's achievements would be limited if that person remains shut off from the outside world. Xiao Jin asked, "Brother Yi, are you going to participate too?" Yang Yi replied, "Of course." He had encountered formidable sword cultivators in the past. For example, the Unfettered One. However, that fellow had always been a legend, so he hadn't been able to discuss the sword Dao with the Unfettered One. Now that had encountered so many formidable sword cultivators, he was certain that if he could discuss the sword Dao with them, then it would definitely be tremendously helpful to his sword Dao. Xiao Jin nodded and smiled. "Then let's head to the Grand Immortal Pavilion in the city." Yang Yi asked, "The Grand Immortal Pavilion? What's that?" Xiao Jin replied, "The place where Li Taibai used to spend time at, and it's the most renowned place in the city. Supposedly, Li Taibai left a sword technique in the Grand Immortal Pavilion. Unfortunately, no one has been able to comprehend it. Let's go try our luck." Yang Yi nodded. Just like that, The three of them headed towards the Grand Immortal Pavilion. The Grand Immortal Pavilion. As they traveled, Xiaojin explained, the Grand Immortal Pavilion isn't huge, and it only has 3 floors. They are the heaven, earth, and mortal floors. Even though it isn't huge, it isn't easy to enter, especially the heaven floor. I'm afraid only Li Fengyu and Qin Linsong can enter that floor. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Xiaojin smiled. You'll find out soon. Yang Yi nodded and didn't ask again. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Grand Immortal Pavilion. Xiaojin smiled. Come, let's go in. As soon as they arrived at its entrance, a barrier of light appeared there. Yang Yi was puzzled and gazed at Xiaojin. Xiaojin smiled, and then he placed his right palm on the barrier. A strand of sword and tint instantly emerged from his palm, and then the barrier of light trembled and dispersed slowly. Xiaojin gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. The first floor's requirement is comparatively low. It only requires returnal rank sword and tint to enter. As he spoke, he walked into the building. Once Xiaojin entered, the barrier of light appeared once more. Xiao Yushui didn't say a word. She just walked over to the barrier and placed her right palm against it. In next to no time, it dispersed, and she entered the pavilion. Yang Yi shrugged and walked over to the entrance as well. Nothing unexpected happened, and he smoothly entered the mortal floor. The pavilion wasn't very large. There were tables and chairs in the pavilion, and all of them were made from strange wooden swords. Even the floorboard was made from numerous wooden swords. Besides that, there was a strand of faint sword and tint in the surroundings. The sword and tint wasn't sharp, and it was even gentle. It felt extremely comfortable. There were quite many sword cultivators in the hall here. There were over 100 of them. Over 100 was quite a huge amount, because the weakest amongst them possessed returnal rank sword and tint. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Meanwhile, Xiaojin said, Brother Yi, we're heading up to the earth floor. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, I'll go with you. Xiaojin was stunned. Your sword and tint is at the zenith rank too? Xiao Yushui, who had been silent until now, gazed at Yang Yi as well. Yang Yi nodded in response. Xiaojin and Xiao Yushui exchanged glances. Needless to say, they were quite surprised, because Yang Yi hadn't concealed his cultivation. In other words, they knew he was at the Rebirth Realm. A Rebirth Realm cultivator possessing zenith rank sword and tint. It wasn't unheard of, but it was rare. At the very least, they'd attain the zenith realm before attaining the zenith rank in sword and tint. A moment of silence passed before Xiaojin smiled. Then let's head upstairs. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the entrance to the second floor. Xiaojin walked over to the barrier of light, and then a strand of sword and tint surged out from within him. Once his sword and tint came into contact with the barrier of light, the barrier of light dispersed in an instant. Xiaojin nodded to Yang Yi and walked in. It didn't take long for Xiao Yushui to enter the second floor as well. As expected, Yang Yi smoothly entered the second floor. As soon as they arrived at the second floor, many gazes descended upon them. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. There were comparatively fewer people here. There were only around 40 here. However, their sword and tint was at the zenith rank at least. Yang Yi was visibly moved. At this moment, he finally understood what it was like to have countless experts hidden all around the world. Xiaojin nodded slightly to them, and then he led Yang Yi and Xiao Yushui over to a window. Xiaojin pointed up to the clouds outside the window. Look! Yang Yi looked where he was pointing, and Yang Yi saw a line of words far above them. Never stop drinking, even when the cup is almost empty. Please hear my song. Please sing with me. In your beautiful dress and mighty steed. Tell them to bring more wine, and drink we shall until the night ends. Until the night ends, Xiaojin said, as expected of the sword immortal. Such an unrestrained bearing. We are far from being on par with him. Yang Yi nodded. Even though he had never met the sword immortal, he was able to discern that Li Taibai was no ordinary person, especially how unrestrained he seemed to be. It was something that very few in this world could accomplish. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi said, Is his sword technique within those words? Xiaojin replied, That's what they say. Yang Yi nodded and looked up. He looked for a long time before he shook his head. I don't see anything. Suddenly, Xiao Yushui said, I do. Yang Yi and Xiao Jin immediately gazed at her. Yang Ye's eyes were filled with bewilderment, while Xiao Jin's eyes were filled with happiness. Xiao Yushui didn't speak, and she just gazed at the words in the air. Meanwhile, Yang Yi couldn't help but ask, Is it really there? Xiao Yushui glanced at him and didn't say a word. Yang Yi felt speechless from her reaction. Suddenly, a ray of white light flashed, and then Snowy appeared before Yang Yi while holding the wooden sword. Yang Yi, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Yushui were stunned. Yang Yi was about to speak when Snowy went over to the third floor's entrance. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1701. The wooden sword is damaged? Yang Yi was stunned when he saw Snowy heading towards the third floor while holding the wooden sword in her claws. He hurriedly stopped her and said, What are you doing? Snowy blinked, cracked a smile, and then pointed at the third floor to indicate that she was going up. Yang Yi asked, Why? She pointed at the wooden sword and pointed upstairs again. Yang Yi frowned slightly. The wooden sword wants to go up? Why? Meanwhile, Snowy flew over to Yang Yi, and then she took Yang Ye's hand and started moving towards the third floor. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and he didn't refuse. Since the wooden sword wanted to head upstairs, there was definitely something that was drawing its attention, or perhaps it was for some other reason. He was very curious too. When they saw Yang Yi and Snowy heading towards the third floor, everyone here moved their attention over to them. Suddenly, Xiao Jin and Xiao Yushui appeared before Yang Yi and Snowy. Xiao Jin glanced at Snowy, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, Brother Yi, you can't go up there? Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Xiao Jin replied, I mentioned it to you previously. True rank sword intent is required to enter the third floor. Yang Yi smiled, It's fine. As he spoke, he took Snowy along with him to the barrier of light outside the third floor's entrance. Snowy raised the wooden sword and was about to strike the barrier of light, but Yang Yi stopped her. He rubbed her head and placed his right hand on the barrier of light. Yang Ye's sword intent seeped out from within him, and then it flowed along his arm and entered the barrier of light. As soon as his sword intent came into contact with the barrier started to tremble intensely, and then it gradually dispersed. The expressions of everyone here changed from the sight of this, and it was the same even for Xiao Jin and his sister. Right when Yang Yi and Snowy were about to head in, Xiao Jin stopped Yang Yi and Snowy again, and he stared at Yang Yi. Why? The third floor was only accessible to people who possessed true rank sword intent, but Yang Ye's sword intent was only at the zenith rank. Xiao Jin's question was the same question which everyone else wanted to know the answer to. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, Do you really want to know? Xiao Jin didn't hesitate to reply, Of course. Yang Yi glanced at the others in the surroundings and asked, All of you want to know too? Many sword cultivators here nodded. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, I don't know what your conviction towards the sword Dao is, but mine is fearlessness. What does that mean? It means I fear nothing. As he spoke, he pointed at the entrance to the third floor. The reason all of you remain here and haven't gone up is probably that you're aware that true rank sword intent is required to head upstairs. So, you dismissed yourselves and felt you're unable to head upstairs because your sword intent isn't at the true rank. Everyone here fell silent while some started to think deeply. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, Sword cultivators should be fearless and strive to be matchless. We especially can't dismiss ourselves. If we dismiss ourselves, then that will probably be the end of our path of the sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he took Snowy's claw and walked upstairs. Many sword cultivators started to think deeply, and so did Xiao Jin. A short while later, Xiao Yushui spoke abruptly. I don't think that fellow had zenith rank sword intent. Xiao Jin gazed at her and asked, What do you mean? Xiao Yushui spoke softly. Even though what he said does make sense, I feel that his sword intent wasn't just purely at the zenith rank. Xiao Jian was at a loss for words. Yang Yi naturally didn't just possess zenith rank sword intent. After all, his sword intent contained unyielding will. So, his sword intent was comparable to true realm sword intent. After Yang Yi and Snowy went upstairs, many sword cultivators on the second floor weren't able to restrain themselves any longer, and they headed towards the third floor. However, all of them failed. Liar. After failing countless times, many sword cultivators couldn't help but start to curse Yang Yi. After they entered the third floor, it felt quite cold and deserted to Yang Yi because there was only a single person here. A woman. Yang Yi glanced at her. She was around the age of 25, wore a tight white dress, and sat cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed. It seemed like she was meditating. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at Snowy. The latter blinked and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and shook his head, and then he rubbed her head gently and said, "Ask the wooden sword what it wants." Snowy cracked a smile and gazed at the wooden sword in her claw. A short while passed before it suddenly flew up into the air and went to the center of the room. Yang Yi and Snowy immediately followed it. The wooden sword started to spin on the spot. As it spun, Yang Yi noticed that something here seemed to be converging towards the wooden sword. Suddenly, a voice resounded. "What are you doing?" Yang Yi turned to look towards its source. It was the woman in a white dress. He replied, "I'm not doing anything." She gazed at the wooden sword in front of him. "Make it stop." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" She gazed at him. "You want me to repeat myself?" Yang Yi's eyes instantly narrowed. "Then repeat yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly appeared 3 inches away from his forehead. At the same time, Shed appeared in front of him. She looked him in the eyes. "Do you dare to repeat what you just said?" Bang! Suddenly, a strand of terrifying intent swept out from Yang Yi. The powerful intent instantly blasted her more than 10 m away. After that, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of her when he appeared again. At the same time, he swung the sword precursor at her with his left hand. The woman's expression remained calm, and she just raised her sword and stabbed. Clang! A clear and loud sound of collision resounded, and then Yang Yi was pushed around 100 m away. The woman didn't attack again. She just gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "Zenith rank sword intent? How could you have possibly gotten up here?" Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "True rank sword intent." For the very first time, had encountered someone with sword intent at a higher rank than his. The woman sized up Yang Yi and said, "Your zenith rank sword intent isn't ordinary. It contains another type of energy, and that energy makes your zenith rank sword intent capable of competing with true rank sword intent." Her face suddenly turned cold at this point. However, the zenith rank is still the zenith rank in the end. She took a step forward once she finished speaking. In an instant, an extremely powerful wave of sword energy swept out from her and slammed down in Yang Yi's direction. Yang Yi frowned slightly, fell silent for a moment, and then took a step forward. His unyielding sword intent immediately swept forward and slammed down at her. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. In next to no time, their intents were in a stalemate in midair. Even though Yang Yi's sword intent was at the zenith rank, his sword intent contained unyielding will, so it was equally matched with her sword intent. However, his sword intent couldn't push her sword intent back as well. So, they were in a stalemate. At this moment, both of them didn't withdraw their sword intent, nor did they dare to. If any one of them was the first to withdraw it, and the other pushed forward to pursue victory, then the one who was first to withdraw the sword intent would definitely suffer a huge blow. Just like that, they were in a stalemate for around a quarter of an hour, and then Yang Yi gradually showed signs of falling into a disadvantaged situation. Yang Yi's face fell when he noticed that his sword intent was gradually losing its ground. As expected, while his sword intent could compete with true rank sword intent, a gap definitely did still exist between them. Suddenly, Snowy grabbed the spinning wooden sword and swung it at her. Hiss! A ray of sword energy flashed. Her expression changed slightly when she saw the sword energy. A sword instantly appeared in her grasp with a flip of her left hand, and then it shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Bang! Snowy's sword energy was blasted apart. At the same time, Snowy swung the wooden sword again. Clang! As soon as they came into contact with each other, the woman's sword was instantly slashed into two and fell to the ground. The woman's eyes narrowed at the sight of this. At the same time, both she and Yang Yi dispersed their sword intent. Meanwhile, Snowy was about to attack again, but Yang Yi stopped her. At the same time, the woman in a white dress asked, "What is that sword?" Yang Yi glanced at her and replied, "Why are you trying to stop my sword from spinning here?" She gazed at him. "You don't know what it's doing?" Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. The latter blinked, and then shrugged to display that she didn't know. Yang Yi gazed at the wooden sword, but it didn't answer him. Suddenly, the woman said, "It isn't your sword." Yang Yi gazed at her and nodded, "Indeed, it isn't." She looked Yang Yi in the eye. An unowned treasure. Yang Yi was about to speak when she suddenly vanished on the spot, and her target was the wooden sword. She intended to take it. Yang Yi's face fell. He was about to act, but Snowy was faster. She held the wooden sword in her claws and swung it at the woman. Bang! The might of the wooden sword pushed the woman back. Snowy raised the sword with the intention of attacking again. However, crack! A clear and loud crack resounded. Snowy and Yang Yi gazed at the wooden sword, and both of them were stunned, because a piece of wood had actually fallen off the wooden sword. It's damaged? Bookmark if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1702, Unrivaled Strength. It's damaged? That was what Yang Yi thought at this moment. But it only took an instant for him to reject that thought. What was the wooden sword? How could it possibly get damaged? Yang Yi walked over to it and looked carefully at it. It didn't take long for him to notice that he could see fine gold color beneath where the piece of wood had fallen off. It was like gold. Yang Yi immediately came to an understanding. The wooden sword wasn't really wooden, and its true appearance was hidden beneath the wood. At this moment, he recalled what the patriarch of the Yang clan, Yang Shao, had said that day. The wooden sword was sealed. In other words, the wood on the wooden sword was a seal, and now that it had lost a piece of the wood, it was definitely because it had absorbed something just now. So, once he thought up to this point, Yang Yi gazed at the woman. "What's in here?" She glanced at him and remained silent. Her reaction made Yang Yi feel speechless. Meanwhile, the woman's gaze descended onto the wooden sword. At the same time, Snowy hurriedly grabbed the wooden sword and seemed like she was trying to convey that the wooden sword belonged to her. The woman fell silent for a long time before she said, "It has a consciousness of its own, and I'll choose its own master." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Don't let it absorb more of the sword intent here." Sword intent? Yang Yi frowned slightly. "There's sword intent here?" She replied indifferently, "Sense it for yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, she sat down cross-legged on the spot. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. A long time passed before he opened his eyes again. Sword intent. There was sword intent here. Moreover, it was quite strange. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he gazed at the wooden sword and asked, "The sword intent here can help you?" The wooden sword shook slightly when it heard Yang Yi. Yang Yi said, "My sword intent can't help you?" The wooden sword started shaking. Yang Yi naturally didn't understand it, so he immediately gazed at Snowy. The latter blinked and started waving her claws about. Yang Yi's expression gradually became unsightly, because the wooden sword said his sword intent was too weak. His sword intent was too weak. His sword intent was comparable to the true rank, but the wooden sword actually called it weak. Yang Yi pointed at the woman and asked, "What about her sword intent?" Snowy glanced at the woman and gazed at the wooden sword. A short while later, she gazed at Yang Yi and started waving her claws again. Yang Yi's expression gradually eased up because the wooden sword said that the woman's sword intent was similarly too weak. Simply speaking, even true rank sword intent was too low for it. Yang Yi thought for a moment and sat cross-legged near the woman. Meanwhile, She opened her eyes and looked at him. Yang Yi said, "Was it the sword immortal who left this sword intent behind?" She replied, "What do you think?" Yang Yi said, "The sword immortal sword intent is above the true rank?" She replied, "What do you think?" Yang Yi said, "Can we talk normally?" She replied, "I've never intended to talk with you." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Suddenly, she asked, "What sword is that?" Yang Yi shrugged, "I don't know." She frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "I didn't say that because I'm angry. I really don't know." She gazed at him for a long time. When she noticed that he didn't seem like he was lying, she gazed at the wooden sword in Snowy's grasp and said, "This is where the sword immortal frequently stayed all those years ago. So, his sword intent remains here. Its sword intent above the true rank." Above the true rank. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes and sensed it once again. He could sense the sword intent, but he wasn't able to sense anything special about it. She suddenly asked, "It feels like there's nothing special about it?" Yang Yi nodded. "Indeed," she said, "that's exactly what's so special about it. After attaining the true rank, you'll notice that it's like there's no path ahead." Yang Yi asked, "There's no path ahead?" She nodded slightly. "I feel like there's no path ahead. I'm very lost." She glanced at the surroundings and continued, "There's sword intent above the true rank here, so I'll be able to find my path again here." She gazed at Yang Yi and added, "This place is special. If you don't want trouble, then it's best to stop that sword from absorbing the sword intent here." Yang Yi was about to speak, but she closed her eyes and fell silent. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. The latter blinked and gazed at the wooden sword in her claws. Yang Yi had thought that the wooden sword would forcefully absorb the sword energy here, but it didn't. It just entered the primordial pagoda with Snowy. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief, because if the wooden sword wanted to do as it pleases, then he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Fortunately, it gave him face this time. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and closed his eyes. He was sensing the sword intent in the surroundings. Even he had never encountered sword intent above the true rank. Now that he had this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Time trickled by. 2 hours later, Yang Yi opened his eyes. He hadn't comprehended anything. Needless to say, it was quite depressing. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he immersed his consciousness into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi went to the halberd. It was the halberd that Yang Xian had left behind upon his death. When Yang Yi arrived before the halberd, Snowy and the wooden sword were by his side. He gazed at it for a long time before suddenly stretching his hand out and grabbing it. As soon as he took it in his hand, the halberd started trembling violently. After that, a wave of powerful energy surged into Yang Yi. Unrivaled strength and unrivaled intent. They naturally didn't belong to the halberd, they belonged to its past master. It was overbearing. That was Yang Yi's opinion of it. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The energy and intent slammed down upon him like a mountain. Yang Yi didn't use sword intent or slaughter intent to resist it, and he just allowed them to press down upon him. Will. He was relying on his will to resist it. The reason he wasn't using sword intent or slaughter intent was that he knew it was the halberd's test. All treasures with a consciousness of its own would choose its master. So long as he endured its test, it would willingly submit to him. It didn't take long for the halberd to cease being the only one that was trembling. Even Yang Yi's body had started to tremble. Moreover, the veins on his face and body had bulged up like tiny snakes, and it was extremely frightening. Snowy gazed anxiously at Yang Yi. However, she didn't help him this time, because Yang Yi had told her not to do anything rash and cause trouble. Time trickled by. Crack. Suddenly, a clear and loud crack resounded. Yang Yi's arm had cracked open. Threads of blood seeped out incessantly from the cracks. In just a moment, Yang Yi's entire arm was covered in blood. Snowy was about to do something, but Yang Yi stopped her. Just like that, around an hour passed, and the halberd gradually calmed down. However, the unrivaled strength and unrivaled intent didn't vanish, and it was still ceaselessly entering Yang Yi's body. It was the intent and strength of the halberd's past owner. Once intent arrived at a certain level, It wouldn't vanish unless it was destroyed by external forces, and it was the same for energy. Unrivaled strength and unrivaled intent were the energy and intent of the halberd's original owner. Of course, regardless of whether it was the unrivaled strength or unrivaled intent, they had no source of energy to maintain them. Besides that, it didn't mean that Yang Yi would possess unrivaled strength and unrivaled intent upon absorbing it. Of course, there were benefits. Absorbing such energy would greatly strengthen his own strength, slaughter intent, and sword intent. Once he finished absorbing it, Yang Yi let go of the halberd, and then he started to use his primordial violet energy to repair his body. It didn't take long for his body to recover completely. Once he finished recovering, Yang Yi took the halberd in his grasp again, and then a wave of information entered his mind. Yang Yi closed his eyes. Around a quarter of an hour passed before he opened his eyes. The unrivaled technique. The halberd had given him a cultivation technique called the unrivaled technique. Once he gained an understanding of the technique, Yang Yi's face instantly became solemn, and he felt extremely lucky in his heart. He felt lucky that Yang Xian hadn't fully grasped the unrivaled technique. Or it should be said that Yang Xian's physique wasn't suitable to cultivate it. It had very high requirements of one's body. But Yang Xian's physique was weak, so it could be said that he couldn't truly cultivate the essence of the technique. Something else worth mentioning was that once one cultivated this technique, one wouldn't just gain unrivaled strength, one would gain unrivaled intent as well. It could be said to be a cultivation technique that cultivated intent. Intent cultivation. Yang Yi was quite surprised, because had only heard about comprehending intents, and had never heard that intents could be cultivated. However, it was real. Of course, he would only know if it worked after he tried to cultivate the technique. Yang Yi didn't start cultivating right away. After all, he wasn't in a safe place right now. After returning to the outside world, Yang Yi glanced at the woman. She was still meditating. Yang Yi didn't say anything and just left. After bidding farewell to Xiao Jian and Xiao Yuxue, Yang Yi left the Grand Immortal Pavilion and found a safe corner in the city before entering the Primordial Pagoda. In the third level, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and started comprehending the unrivaled technique. Unrivaled strength. At this moment, Yang Yi was quite excited. Yang Xian was weak and sickly, but after he cultivated the unrivaled technique, his strength had been capable of suppressing Yang Yi. So, what would happen if Yang Yi cultivated it? If it was combined with the physical strength he already possessed, how strong would he become? There was the unrivaled intent too. If he grasped unrivaled intent, he would possess 3 types of intents. 3 types of intents combined with unrivaled strength and the wooden sword. At that time, even true realm experts would be nothing before him. Yang Yi grew even more excited when he thought up to this point. Bookmark if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1703, The Sword Conference. Once he started cultivating the unrivaled technique, Yang Yi finally understood why the halberd didn't acknowledge Yang Xian. It was unrivaled, overbearing, and unrivaled. However, Yang Xian wasn't overbearing at all. Moreover, the original owner of the halberd was one who looked down upon the world. But Yang Xian didn't possess such confidence, and he didn't even have the conviction to stand proudly above the world. Actually, strictly speaking, Yang Yi didn't possess such an aura as well. However, it didn't affect his cultivation of the unrivaled technique, because Yang Yi never feared anyone. Fearless. Besides his willpower, the halberd acknowledged him because he was fearless. This was something very similar to what the original owner of the halberd had. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, the unrivaled technique wasn't difficult because his foundation was very good. Moreover, the halberd had a detailed method of cultivation. Obviously, it was left behind by its original owner. Since he had a detailed method of cultivation, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to grasp its key points. Now, mastering the unrivaled technique was only a matter of time for him. In the cultivation room, time trickled by. The halberd remained by Yang Ye's side. 9 days later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then he grabbed the halberd with his left hand. The halberd trembled slightly, and then it rose up from the ground. He could lift it. Unrivaled strength. Yang Yi gazed at the halberd, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He possessed unrivaled strength and unrivaled intent now. Actually, the unrivaled strength was equivalent to unrivaled intent, or it could be said that unrivaled intent was unrivaled strength. Something worth mentioning was that his unrivaled intent was at the zenith rank. The reason it was at the zenith rank was because the strength of his unrivaled intent depended on his unrivaled strength. Had cultivated unrivaled strength to the zenith rank, so his unrivaled intent was at the zenith rank. The strength of his unrivaled intent wasn't the only thing that depended on his attainments in the unrivaled technique. Even the halberd relied on it. Presently, the halberd could only be considered to be at the true rank, but its true rank of quality was definitely above the true rank. However, it had its own problems, and that was why it was at the true rank now. The halberd's problems were unlike the wooden sword. The halberd wasn't sealed. It had been forcefully damaged to the point of being reduced to the true rank. It was damaged. Who did it? Yang Yi was curious about the answer as well. However, the halberd refused to tell him. It refused to speak a word even when Snowy asked about it. Yang Yi understood that the halberd probably had a past that it found unbearable to recall. So, Yang Yi didn't pursue an answer. The unrivaled technique could be improved, of course. However, it became extremely difficult to raise further. Besides that, he didn't have the time to do it as well, because the sword conference was about to begin. The sword conference was a discussion of the sword Tao, and he really wanted to experience it for himself. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he took the halberd with him and teleported to the first level of the primordial pagoda. He really wanted to witness the halberd's strength. Yang Yi stood on the spot and tightened his grasp on the halberd. At this moment, he actually felt like he was looking down upon the world. At this moment, he would dare to fight even if he faced 20 true realm experts. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared in front of him while holding the wooden sword in her arms. Snowy cracked a smile and pointed at the halberd before pointing at the wooden sword in her grasp. After that, she started waving one of her claws. A short while later, Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. Snowy actually wanted to fight him. How could he possibly fight her? However, Snowy insisted on playing with him. No, it was fighting him in single combat. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. All right, then let's begin. Yang Yi's expression changed when he spoke up to this point, because Snowy had suddenly raised the sword and swung it at him. Yang Yi hurriedly raised the halberd to defend himself. Clang! An ear-piercing and sharp sound of collision resounded, and then Yang Yi was pushed 2 steps back. Yang Yi was shocked. Was Snowy that strong? Wait, that's not right. It didn't take long for him to reject that thought, because Snowy's strength was definitely not that strong. It's the wooden sword. The wooden sword is stronger than before. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly flew over to him and cracked a smile. Yang Yi was about to speak when she suddenly swung the sword again. Yang Yi was caught off guard, and he was almost struck by it. Fortunately, his reaction was quick enough, and he immediately moved to the side and dodged Snowy's attack. Snowy blinked after her attack missed, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. After that, she revealed a brilliant smile and was about to attack. But Yang Yi suddenly grabbed her. Yang Yi pulled her over to him and said, "Who did you learn that from? You actually played tricks." Snowy blinked, opened her eyes wide, and then pointed at Yang Yi. After that, she seemed like she was trying to flatter him, and it was like she was saying that she's learned from him. Yang Yi felt speechless. A long time later, Yang Yi shook his head. I've really been a terrible example for her. Snowy had no parents. She was just a child, so she imitated many things. She didn't just imitate him, she imitated Zier too. For example, acting like a spoiled child. Shed learned it from Zier. Of course, it was part of her own natural instinct too. Yang Yi didn't criticize Snowy, nor would he make her change. As far as he was concerned, all that mattered was Snowy's happiness. He didn't want her to become a well-behaved child. Such children suppress their own natural instincts, so they weren't happy at all. After playing with Snowy for some time, Yang Yi returned to the outside world. The Sword Conference. It was being held outside the Grand Immortal Pavilion. There was a round stage outside the pavilion now, and hundreds had converged around it. Most of them were sword cultivators. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi had arrived quite late because the sword conference had already begun. A young man on the stage cupped his fists to the crowd below, and he said, "The sword cultivators throughout our world are gathered here. I know why you're here. Besides heading up Phoenix Cry Mountain to get a glimpse of the Sword Immortal's glory, it's to discuss the Sword Tao with the sword cultivators here." He paused for a moment and smiled. "I presume you've all heard of two people, Li Fengyu and Qin Linsong. They're both in the city today." As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and said, "Please show yourselves and provide us with some guidance, all right?" A moment of silence ensued, and then a ray of light suddenly appeared beside the young man. The ray of light had just suddenly appeared there, and many here hadn't even seen it clearly. It didn't take long for the light to disperse, and then a man in an embroidered robe appeared by the young man's side. It was Li Fengyu. At the moment Li Fengyu appeared, a woman in a white dress appeared on the stage. It was Qin Linsong. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes because she was the same woman that had encountered on the third floor. Li Fengyu glanced at Qin Linsong, and then he said, "Miss Qin, do you want to go first?" Qin Linsong nodded slightly and said, "All right." She glanced at the surroundings and continued, "Stay true to your heart. Regardless of what it is, you just have to stay true to it. Suppressing your heart will place shackles on your heart towards the Sword Tao. If your heart is shackled, everything will become difficult." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Stay true to your heart. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Even though she hadn't said much, what she said did make a whole lot of sense. Staying true to one's heart was staying loyal to oneself. If one didn't stay loyal to oneself, then not to mention the Sword Tao, it would be difficult for that person to accomplish anything. However, it wasn't easy to stay true to the heart, because reality was filled with all sorts of helpless situations. Many people are forced to go against their hearts for various reasons. So, staying true to the heart was difficult, extremely difficult. Once Qin Linsong left, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. A long time passed before Li Fengyu spoke abruptly. "What Miss Qin said is true. The most important thing for sword cultivators like us is to cultivate the heart. If your heart is strong, your sword Tao will naturally be strong. So, allow me to give all of you a word of advice. Instead of cultivating the sword, it's better to cultivate the heart." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. Instead of cultivating the sword, it's better to cultivate the heart. The surroundings fell silent. Yang Yi fell silent as well. Instead of cultivating the sword, it's better to cultivate the heart. It was a very incisive piece of advice. One could only accomplish great things with a strong heart. It was the same when cultivating the sword. If the heart wasn't strong, how could one's sword be strong? After that, the sword cultivators here started to engage in discussion. Every person capable of being here was no fool, so they naturally were aware of the benefits of such discussions. Yang Yi stayed and listened for a while, and then he decided to leave. Because their discussions weren't very useful to him. Because there was no problem with his heart towards the sword. Right when Yang Yi was about to leave, a white-robed man appeared on the stage. Everyone here immediately gazed at the white-robed man. There was a trace of curiosity in their eyes because the white-robed man wasn't a sword cultivator. The white-robed man glanced through the surroundings. In the end, his gaze stopped on Yang Yi. A smile curled up on the corners of his mouth as he said, "You're that Yang Yi who was kicked out of the Yang clan? Your head is worth a lot. How about you lend it to me? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1704. Even immortals can be killed. Everyone here gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi. Actually, those words weren't very well known, because Yang Yi's deeds in the Yang clan hadn't spread. Heaven Void Continent was the Yang clan's territory, so preventing information about an incident from spreading out was absolutely easy for them. Thus, besides a few from the various large clans, many didn't know how terrifying Yang Yi was. Even though they didn't know about Yang Ye's deeds, they knew about the warrant that the Yang clan had put out for Yang Ye's head. The rewards the Yang clan promised were extremely tempting. Many people gazed at Yang Yi, and their gazes were slightly hostile. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at the white-robed man. "I'm a little curious about how you found me." The white-robed man grinned, and then he withdrew a portrait. It was a portrait of Yang Yi. Besides Yang Yi, there was a tiny little fellow holding a wooden sword. That little fellow was Snowy, of course. Yang Yi instantly came to an understanding. Snowy had shown herself in the Grand Immortal Pavilion. Obviously, his whereabouts were exposed now. Meanwhile, the white-robed man chuckled. "I heard you're only at the Rebirth Realm?" Yang Yi nodded. "Indeed." The white-robed man grinned and said, "I'm quite puzzled. Since you're at the Rebirth Realm, why is the Yang clan paying such a huge price for your head?" Yang Yi replied, "What do you think?" The white-robed man was just about to speak when he suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and his face gradually became unsightly. Based on the Yang clan's strength, was it normal for them to pay such a huge price to kill a cultivator at the Rebirth Realm? In other words, was a Rebirth Realm cultivator worth such a huge price? A Rebirth Realm cultivator was clearly not worth that much. When he thought up to this point, the white-robed man knew that had been rash. The person before him was absolutely not just a Rebirth Realm cultivator. Yang Yi didn't say a word. He just turned around and walked away. However, he hadn't even taken 2 steps when the white-robed man suddenly appeared not too far ahead of him. The white-robed man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "I know that you're not just a Rebirth Realm cultivator, but I'm really not willing to just leave like that. So, I plan to give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down and vanished on the spot. When he arrived around 6 m away from Yang Yi, a terrifying aura swept out from him and pressed down upon Yang Yi. The Zenith Realm. He was a Zenith Realm expert. Yang Yi's expression remained calm as he took a step forward, and then a halberd appeared in his grasp. A moment later, he swung the halberd forward with a single hand. Bang! The white-robed man's aura was instantly smashed apart. At the same time, his figure was blasted over 10 kilometers away, and numerous mouthfuls of blood sprayed from him when he finally stopped himself. A woman spoke abruptly from somewhere in the crowd. Such powerful strength. It was Xiao Yuxue, and Xiao Jin was by her side. Xiao Jin nodded slightly. "He doesn't really seem like a sword cultivator." Xiao Yuxue nodded with absolute agreement. Yang Yi held the halberd in his grasp as he walked towards the white-robed man. The latter was just about to speak when Yang Yi vanished on the spot. The white-robed man's expression changed at the sight of this, and he was about to flee. But it was too late, because Yang Yi had appeared above him, and then Yang Yi's halberd slammed down like a mountain. At this moment, the white-robed man's countenance had turned ghastly white when he sensed the powerful energy carried within the halberd. However, he didn't just give up. A square shield appeared in his grasp, and his profound energy surged madly into it before a powerful beam of blue light surged up into the air from within the shield. Bang! However, as soon as it appeared, it was instantly blasted apart by Yang Yi's halberd, and the halberd didn't even slow down as it descended towards the white-robed man. Boom! The man was smashed into a pile of mush. It was simple and violent. Yang Yi didn't say anything. He just started walking off into the distance while still holding the halberd in his grasp. However, he suddenly stopped after taking 2 steps, and he turned to look at the others here. "Does anyone else want to exchange my head for rewards? If there isn't, they'll come back and ask again later." Yang Yi vanished into the distance once he finished speaking. Deathly silence filled the surroundings. A long time passed before the sword cultivators here entered into discussion again, and they seemed to have forgotten the incident that had just occurred. If Yang Yi was weak, then perhaps others would have stepped forward and attacked him. However, based on the strength he just displayed, Yang Yi wasn't weak at all, and he was extraordinarily strong instead. Moreover, no one dared to guarantee that what they just witnessed was Yang Yi's true strength. Even though the rewards were great, they couldn't compare with their lives. If they lost their lives, even the best treasures would be worthless to them. Yang Yi left Sword Immortal City, and then he immediately started walking towards Phoenix Cry Mountain. His whereabouts had been exposed, so regardless of whether it was the Yang clan or the others who wanted his head, they would definitely be on the way to Sword Immortal City. So, he had to get to Phoenix Cry Mountain as soon as possible. Besides taking a look at the Sword Immortal of Legend, Yang Yi had another goal on Phoenix Cry Mountain, and it was to see if there were treasures left behind there. Phoenix Cry wasn't far from Sword Immortal City, and it was just behind it. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to see a mountain. The mountain wasn't very large, nor was it very tall, but it had quite a strange shape, because it was like a phoenix with its wings spread open. Phoenix Cry Mountain. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to tap his right foot against the ground and transform into a ray of light that shot towards the mountain. Right when he was about to get close to the mountain, a sword howl resounded, and then a beam of green sword energy shot down from the sky like a bolt of lightning. It was extremely swift and instantly slammed against Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted back. Someone's there? Yang Yi looked up at the top of the mountain. Suddenly, a voice resounded. The Green Lotus Sword Formation. You should feel lucky that it's much weaker than it used to be. Otherwise, you wouldn't have just been pushed back. Yang Yi turned around, and he saw that Xiao Jin and Xiao Yushui had suddenly appeared not too far behind him. The Green Lotus Sword Formation? Yang Yi was puzzled. The sword formation that covers the mountain? Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Xiao Jin nodded. It's so strong that even true realm experts dare not climb the mountain. However, as time passed, the formation has grown far weaker than before. But it still can't be underestimated. Yang Yi nodded slightly and asked, Aren't both of you participating in the sword conference? Xiao Jin replied, Not anymore. Besides our desire to catch a glimpse of the Sword Immortal, we wanted to see Li Fengyu and Qin Linsong. Now, we've seen both of them, and it's time to see the Sword Immortal. Yang Yi looked at Phoenix Cry Mountain and said, Do you think he left his soul up there? Xiao Jin gazed at the top of the mountain, fell silent for a long time, and then said, I hope he did. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, The Green Lotus Sword Formation prohibits flying. So, let's walk. However, you have to be careful even when we're walking up. Of course, it shouldn't be a problem for you. Yang Yi nodded. Let's go. As he spoke, he started walking towards the mountain. Xiao Jin and Xiao Yushui glanced at Yang Yi, and then they followed after him. As they traveled, Xiao Jin suddenly asked, Brother Yang, did you really fight the Yang clan's patriarch? Yang Yi stopped and gazed at them when he heard this. Who are both of you? The Yang clan had sealed off all information about the battle which occurred between him and the Yang clan, but they actually knew about it. Obviously, they were no ordinary people. Xiao Jin fell silent for a long time before he replied, Our surname is Qin, the Qin clan. Yang Yi immediately realized that they were from one of the 8 great clans, the Qin clan. Qin Jin said, Brother Yang, we hold no ill intent towards you. We're just curious. Because the Yang clan's patriarch is one of the strongest experts in our medium universe. Yang Yi continued forward in silence for some time, and then he said, We did fight. Qin Jin and Qin Yushui exchanged glances, and there was a wisp of shock in both their eyes. Yang Yi was just at the rebirth realm, and the Yang clan's patriarch was one of the strongest experts in this world. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, I wasn't a match for him. He wasn't lying. Even with the war god's arm, he still wasn't a match for Yang Xiao. The gap between them had been too huge. It was so huge that even external sources of strength couldn't make up for it. Qin Jin laughed bitterly and said, Brother Yang, all of us would die of embarrassment if you could defeat him. Yang Yi grinned and didn't say another word, and he just sped up instead. He didn't have much time left. He didn't want the Yang clan to come looking for him, because if the Yang clan wanted to kill him now, it would definitely not send just a few true realm experts. Perhaps even the Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Xiao, would come himself. Besides that, many other independent cultivators would definitely come for him as well, and there definitely were true realm experts amongst them, because the rewards the Yang clan promised to pay were truly too enticing. Meanwhile, Qin Jin suddenly said, Brother Yang, How about we discuss the sword Tao if we have time later? Yang Yi asked. Aren't you afraid that it'll drag you into my problems? Qin Jian shook his head. What's there to worry about? We're just discussing the sword Tao. It has nothing to do with the Yang clan. Yang Yi nodded. He was just about to speak when Qin Yushui pointed at a distant mountain wall. Look at the writing there. Yang Yi and Qin Jian looked up. There was a row of words on a mountain wall around 1 kilometer away from them. Both of their expressions became solemn when they saw the writing there. There were only a few words there. If the sword Tao is at its initial stages, even immortals can be killed. Li Taibai. Qin Yushui suddenly said. Look, there's more beside it. Yang Yi moved his gaze towards the right. There were a few words there as well, and he was stunned when he read them, because the writing was very familiar to him. It was the Unfettered One's writing. The Unfettered One. Yang Yi gazed for a long time at the words that the Unfettered One had left behind, and then he spoke softly. How domineering. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui nodded in agreement. Bookmark if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1705. Who Can I Kill? Qin Jian and Qin Yushui nodded with agreement. What did the Unfettered One leave behind? There was another row of words beside Li Taibai's, and it was quite short too. I have my sword in my grasp, so who can I kill? It was domineering. It was much more domineering than the words Li Taibai had left behind. In Li Taibai's heart, once one attained a certain level of accomplishment in the sword Tao, one could kill immortals. It represented that he thought very highly of those so-called immortals. Simply speaking, he didn't possess an aura of superiority. But the Unfettered One was different. As far as he was concerned, he could kill anyone while he had his sword in hand. How domineering and confident was that? Yang Yi fell silent. The Unfettered One and Li Taibai's attainments in the sword Tao were definitely superior to him. Now that he thought of it, besides the time he was a labor disciple, had practically never seriously cultivated the sword Tao, nor had he tried to comprehend and gain enlightenment over anything related to it. Had practiced the sword in the past because he could only practice the sword in the sword sect. At that time, if he joined the saber sect, then he would have probably practiced with the saber. Simply speaking, practicing the sword wasn't his own choice. So, Yang Yi asked himself if he liked the sword. Do I like the sword? Yang Yi was stunned when this thought appeared in his mind, because he noticed that the first reaction he had was very flat. In other words, he didn't really like it. Of course, he didn't hate it either. In short, had always been passively training in the sword, and had never thought about working hard on it and making it his lifelong profession. Was there a difference between passively and actively training with the sword? Of course. The difference was huge. Regardless of whether it was Li Taibai or the Unfettered One, they really loved the sword, and they treated it like developing their lifelong profession. Both of them had taken the initiative to practice the sword, and that made them work harder. But Yang Yi was doing it passively. The disadvantage of that was that Head never tried to research the sword Tao. That was also why he never had his own sword technique. It was because he learned all his techniques from others. Even though everything started with learning from others, he didn't try to develop his own technique, and Head never even thought about doing it. He was happy to just get by. I can't let this continue. When he thought up to this point, Yang Yi knew that if this continued, his attainments in the sword Tao would never improve much. Because he was always learning. Of course, learning wasn't wrong, but one should create after learning and take one's own path. Once he figured it all out, Yang Yi took a deep breath, and he actually felt enlightened. Just as Li Fengyu had said, sword cultivation was actually cultivation of the heart. Suddenly, Qin Jian said, "Who's the Unfettered One?" The Unfettered One had left his name behind the words he wrote. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and spoke after thinking for a moment. A very formidable person. Qin Yushui suddenly asked, "How formidable?" Yang Yi replied, "Extremely formidable." Qin Yushui asked, "Is he still alive?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I think no one is capable of killing him." Qin Yushui nodded slightly and said, I hope I can meet him and spar with him. Yang Yes' eyelids twitched, and he gazed at Qin Yushui. She seemed to have noticed his gaze, and she lifted her brows slightly. What? Am I not qualified? Yang Yi shook his head. It's nothing. We'll just laugh it off. Meanwhile, Qin Jian said, Brother Yang, my younger sister is an extraordinary genius in the sword Dao. To be honest, if she hadn't been sick for some time and fell unconscious for 3 years, even Li Fengyu and Qin Linsong would be no match for her. Yang Yi walked over to Qin Jian, patted him lightly on the shoulder, and said, I'm not trying to strike a blow to her confidence, but the unfettered one. Sigh. Yang Yi shook his head and started walking towards the mountain. However, Qin Yushui suddenly appeared in front of him and said, What are you trying to say? Am very inferior to him? Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he pointed at the words that the unfettered one had left behind. Would you dare to say that? She turned to look at those words. She was just about to say something, and her lips even moved, but she didn't say anything in the end. I have my sword in my grasp, so who can I kill? Could she say that? She couldn't. She couldn't support such a claim. Yang Yi didn't say anything and just continued forward. He wasn't looking down on her. She had been able to notice the sword technique that Li Taibai had left behind, so her natural talent and comprehension were extraordinary. However, someone like the unfettered one couldn't be judged by convention. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and sped up. He really looked forward to what was on the top of the mountain. He looked forward to what he would see from the sword immortal and the unfettered one. Qin Yushui remained silent on the spot. Qin Jian walked over to her side and said, I believe in you. You will absolutely not be inferior to them. Qin Yushui shook her head slightly and looked up at the 2 rows of writing on the mountain wall. She said, The gap between me and them isn't just reflected in my sword Dao, it's in my heart as well. Their hearts are fearless. But do you know, when Yang Yi asked me that just now, I noticed that I felt fear, and I shrunk back. Qin Jian was about to say something, but she shook her head and said, Come, let's head up there and have a look. I'd like to witness their strength too. I hope they left a piece of their spiritual brand and a strand of their soul. Qin Jian nodded. Let's go. It didn't take long for them to catch up to Yang Yi. They didn't speak as they traveled. When they were about to arrive at the peak of the mountain, a wave of powerful sword intent descended from above, and then Yang Yi's group immediately stopped. The sword intent was like a mountain that pressed down upon them, causing it to be difficult for them to even take a step forward. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi released his sword intent. However, as soon as he did that, the sword intent from the mountain peak surged down at him like a torrent. Obviously, the sword intent on the mountain peak felt that Yang Yi was provoking it. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi looked up, and then he tapped his right foot down and relied on the counterforce to transform into a ray of light that shot up towards the mountain peak. But it didn't take long for a strand of green sword energy to appear at the peak of the mountain. It was extremely swift and instantly struck Yang Yi. Bang! An explosion resounded. Yang Yi was forcefully stopped, and a wave of powerful sword intent slammed down upon him. Bang! Yang Yi was pushed backwards repeatedly, and he only stopped after being pushed around 30 m back. As soon as he stopped himself, another sword howl resounded from atop the mountain, and then another strand of green sword energy shot down. Yang Yi's expression remained calm. He moved his left hand slightly, and the halberd appeared in his left grasp. After that, she slammed it forward. Boom! The sword energy was instantly blasted into bits. Meanwhile, Yang Yi tapped his right foot down and shot up towards the peak. OM! Suddenly, an ear-piercing sword howl resounded from atop the mountain peak, and then around 10 rays of sword energy shot down at Yang Yi. A cold glow flashed through his eyes. He didn't stop, and he even sped up. When the sword energy arrived before him, Yang Yi just waved the halberd horizontally. The powerful energy carried within the halberd instantly cracked space open, and the sword energy were obliterated at the same time. But Yang Yi's figure was pushed an entire 300 m back. As soon as he stopped himself, he stomped his right foot down again, and he relied on the counterforce to shoot forward like a cannonball. However, Another 10 rays of sword energy descended from the mountain peak at the exact same time. Yang Yi was extraordinarily swift. He swung the halberd forcefully. Boom! The sword energy were blasted into bits, and Yang Yi was pushed back to where he had been just moments ago. Yang Yi looked up at the mountain peak for a short while, and then he gazed at Qin Jian and Qin Yushui. Why isn't the sword energy attacking the both of you too? At this moment, he noticed that it was only attacking him. Because Qin Jian and Qin Yushui had acted to resist the sword intent at the exact same time as he had. But the problem was that it was only targeting him. They exchanged glances. In the end, Qin Jian shook his head. We don't know. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, both of you head up first. Qin Jian nodded and started walking up with Qin Yushui. Even though the sword intent still existed before them, sword energy didn't appear from the mountain peak. Yang Yi fell silent on the spot, and then he started walking up the mountain again. Nothing happened. Yang Yi glanced up at the mountain. Looks like it was just a misunderstanding. However, a sword howl suddenly resounded from the peak of the mountain, and then a strand of green sword energy shot down like a bolt of lightning. Its target was Yang Yi. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui's expressions became strange when they saw this scene, and Yang Yi's face turned gloomy. Presently, even an idiot could discern that something on the mountain peak was targeting Yang Yi and stopping him from ascending the mountain. What was trying to stop him from ascending the mountain? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1706, Benevolence. Yang Yi wasn't the only one who was curious about that. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui were the same. It was clearly Yang Yi's first visit here. Since it was his first time here, this situation didn't really make sense. What exactly is at the top of the mountain? Why does it refuse to let me ascend the mountain? Yang Yi was about to continue up again, but Snowy suddenly appeared before him while holding the wooden sword. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. She flew over to his shoulder and pointed at the mountain top while excitement filled her eyes. A treasure. There's a treasure on the top of the mountain. Yang Yi had instantly understood Snowy, because Snowy always revealed such an expression when they encountered treasures. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly flickered onto the wooden sword and pointed at the top of the mountain. The wooden sword shook violently and was about to fly up. However, Yang Yi suddenly grabbed Snowy and held her in his arms. Snowy turned around to look at Yang Yi with a puzzled expression on her face. Yang Yi was about to speak when Snowy suddenly pointed at the mountain peak, and then she grabbed his hand with her other claw and pulled him towards the mountain peak. Yang Yi pulled Snowy over to himself and said, "Why did I never notice that you're so greedy for treasures?" Snowy blinked, and then she rubbed her head against Yang Yi's cheek. After that, she pointed at herself and pointed at Yang Yi. It was like she was saying that she was doing it for him. Yang Yi admitted that he was quite moved by this. However, he was slightly doubtful. He doubted what Snowy had said, because since she started staying by his side, he noticed that she had become quite mischievous. Suddenly, Qin Yushui asked, "Is that your pet?" Her gaze was on Snowy, and there was undisguised fondness in her eyes. Yang Yi shook his head as head never thought of Snowy as a pet. Qin Yushui suddenly said, "Then how about giving her to me?" Yang Yi hadn't even said anything when Snowy hurriedly shook her head. Qin Yushui was even more fond of Snowy when she saw that Snowy was so intelligent. She wanted to say something, but Qin Jian shook his head. Qin Yushui glanced at Snowy and Yang Yi, and she didn't say another word. How could she be unable to discern that Yang Yi and Snowy were very close? So, Yang Yi would definitely not give Snowy to her. However, she wasn't willing to give up and wanted to try again. Meanwhile, Snowy pointed at the mountain top and shot an eager gaze at Yang Yi. Yang Yi rubbed her head and said, "Come, we'll go up together." Snowy hurriedly nodded and was about to ride the wooden sword up there. Yang Yi grabbed her and said, "Follow me, all right?" Snowy blinked, and then she nodded. She flew over to Yang Yi's shoulder, and the wooden sword floated not too far away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked up at the mountain peak and fell silent for a few moments. After that, he started walking up the mountain again. Had just taken a few steps when a sword howl suddenly resounded once more, and then a ray of sword energy shot down. Yang Ye's face turned gloomy at the sight of this. He was about to attack when Snowy suddenly waved her claw, and then the wooden sword transformed into a ray of light that shot up towards the mountain peak. Boom! The wooden sword instantly pierced through the sword energy, and the sword energy exploded into nothingness. Meanwhile, 10 rays of sword energy shot down from the mountain top. In an instant, they started descending towards Yang Yi like shooting stars. Snowy blinked and was about to wave her claw. However, the wooden sword suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the air. Snowy was stunned and gazed at Yang Yi. Her eyes were filled with bewilderment because she hadn't waved her claw. There was a trace of bewilderment in Yang Ye's eyes. Why is it suddenly attacking on its own? The wooden sword crisscrossed through the air, and it only took a moment for sword energy to fill the sky. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui's faces were instantly covered in a solemn expression, because the wooden sword's strength had completely exceeded their imagination. Suddenly, the sword energy in the sky vanished, and then the wooden sword flew up to the top of the mountain. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. The latter blinked while bewilderment covered her face. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment and said, "Let's go." Once he finished speaking, he shot up the mountain while holding Snowy in his arms. This time, there was no sword energy, and even the sword intent didn't appear to obstruct him. Xiao Jian and his sister exchanged glances, and then they hurried after Yang Yi. After Yang Ye's group vanished, a man suddenly appeared where Yang Yi had been standing, and there was a sword and 2 short sabers hanging on his waist. The man gazed at the direction Yang Yi had vanished towards, and he just gazed there for a long time before he said, "That head isn't easy to take. However, it would be meaningless if it was easy." He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. On the mountain peak, Yang Ye's group arrived there with absolute ease. There was only a single palace here, and it was a luxurious palace. They exchanged glances, and then Snowy took Yang Ye's hand and pulled him forward. Qin Jian and his sister immediately followed Yang Yi. Yang Yi and the others were stunned once they entered the palace. The palace was actually filled with statues of a single woman. They were simply lifelike statues of her. She looked to be less than 20 years of age. She had perfect features and silver hair. Her figure was extremely slender, especially her legs. Her legs weren't covered by any clothes, so her slender and long legs were fully exposed. Who is that? A wisp of bewilderment flashed through their eyes. Suddenly, Snowy pointed towards the distance. Yang Yi turned to look, and he saw the wooden sword there. There was another sword not too far away from the wooden sword. The sword was snow white as if it was made of snow, but its hilt was green. If one looked carefully, one would notice a few snow lotuses on it. The green lotus sword. Suddenly, Qin Yushui spoke, and her eyes carried a wisp of burning desire. Yang Yi gazed at her. The green lotus sword? Qin Yushui glanced at Yang Yi and said, "The sword immortal sword. According to legend, it contains the sword immortal's inheritance. Besides that, it's a sword that surpasses the true rank. It's above the true rank." Yang Yi gazed at it and sized up the sword. After that, he gazed at the wooden sword. "Which one of you two is stronger?" The wooden sword shook violently, and then it floated towards the green lotus sword. The green lotus sword actually started to move back in response. It was afraid. No, to be more precise, it was slightly terrified. At this moment, Qin Jian and Qin Yushui's expressions became solemn. They exchanged glances, and they saw shock in each other's eyes. What is that wooden sword? Even the green lotus sword fears it. Yang Ye's face remained calm. He wasn't surprised at all. The wooden sword was something that could even harm the core of the divining flame. But no matter how strong the green lotus sword was, it could never compete with the divining flame. Unfortunately, the wooden sword was too kind-hearted and didn't like him. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. But it didn't matter because he would corrupt it sooner or later. At that time, it would become a sword of slaughter. A sword of slaughter wasn't terrifying, but it was terrifying when a good sword was transformed into one. Suddenly, The green lotus sword trembled slightly, and then a ray of light flashed. A man in a white robe appeared before them. The man had silver hair as well. He was handsome, and a wine gourd was hanging on his waist. Li Tai. Obviously, he was the sword immortal. Li Tai. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui revealed profound respect on their faces. Li Tai glanced at Yang Yi's group. In the end, his gaze descended onto Yang Yi. He frowned when he saw Yang Yi. "It's you." Yang Yi frowned. "You recognize me?" Li Tai took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi. "I see." Meanwhile, Yang Yi was about to speak, but Li Tai suddenly waved his right hand. 3 scrolls descended respectively to Yang Yi, Qin Jian, and Qin Yushui. He said, "I know why all of you are here. That's all the knowledge I've accumulated over the years. Take it." Yang Yi glanced at the scroll and asked, "You're giving it to us just like that?" Li Tai replied with a question. "Then what do you expect?" Yang Yi replied, "It's a little too easy." Li Tai gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and replied, "You're vigilant towards everything. Your life is too tiring." Yang Yi shook his head. "A tiring life is better than having no life." Li Tai grinned. "True. Allow me to explain. No matter who it is, the first to arrive here will obtain my inheritance. Your group was first, so all of you got it." Yang Yi said, "According to my knowledge, there was someone who arrived earlier than us, right?" He was speaking about the unfettered one. Li Tai nodded slightly. "There was. But you'll understand in a moment." As he spoke, he gazed at the wooden sword by Snowy's side. He immediately frowned when he saw it. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "Senior, you recognize that sword?" Li Tai gazed at the wooden sword for a long time, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "What's it doing with you?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Li Tai replied, "You have such a strong desire to kill, and there's viciousness on your face. That sword is a benevolent and kind sword, so it shouldn't have chosen to follow you." Yang Yi's face was completely dark. "He's trying to say I'm a bad person." Meanwhile, Li Tai added, "Forget it. It has nothing to do with me." He gazed at the green lotus sword and continued, "It has a consciousness of its own, so it'll choose its own master. Don't force it if it doesn't want to go with any one of you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked a short distance. There was a crystal coffin there, and a woman was lying in it. It was the body of the woman in the statues here. Li Tai gazed at her for a long time, and then his gaze gradually became blank. At the same time, his figure gradually became ethereal. It didn't take long for him to vanish completely. The crystal coffin vanished with him. Suddenly, the green lotus sword trembled slightly, and then a green screen of light appeared not too far above them. The scene within the screen was the foot of Phoenix Cry Mountain, the place Yang Yi and the others had been just a little while ago. Yang Yi and the others were puzzled by this. Suddenly, a man in a cloud-white robe, who was holding a sword in his grasp, appeared within the screen. There was a tiny character which represented sword embroidered on his left chest. The unfettered one. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1707. It's right here. Come get it, the unfettered one. Yang Yi became visibly respectful. It was his second time seeing the unfettered one. But the unfettered one was slightly different than when Head met the unfettered one in the sword sect. It wasn't his appearance, but his aura that was different. The unfettered one before Yang Yi seemed like he was one with the world, and he naturally made others feel oppressed. Besides that, Yang Yi felt a sense of familiarity from the unfettered one. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui's expressions became extremely solemn when they saw the unfettered one. Even though they didn't know how strong he was, their intuition told them that the man on the screen before them was very strong, extremely strong. In the screen of light, the unfettered one stood at the foot of Phoenix Cry Mountain and looked up at its peak. His gaze was extremely calm. It didn't take long for him to start walking towards the mountain's peak. When the unfettered one stepped foot onto Phoenix Cry Mountain, a wave of powerful sword intent suddenly swept down from the mountain top. It didn't take long for the sword intent to arrive in the air above the unfettered one. However, Yang Yi and the others watched with astonishment as it actually stopped for a moment before the unfettered one, and then immediately retreated back to the mountain top. Qin Jian and his sister exchanged glances, and both of them were visibly shocked. In the end, Qin Jian gazed at Yang Yi, brother Yang. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he replied, "The sword intent fears him. It feared the unfettered one." Both Qin Jian and Qin Yushui were absolutely shocked by this. After all, it was Li Taibai's sword intent, and it was sword intent that had surpassed the true rank. However, Li Taibai's sword intent was afraid. Qin Yushui suddenly asked, "He's the unfettered one?" Yang Yi nodded and gazed at the screen. At this moment, the unfettered one's figure was before the mountain wall that Yang Yi and the others had stopped before. Just now, there was only a single line of writing on it. If the sword Dao is at its initial stages, even immortals can be killed. It was Li Taibai who had left those words behind. The unfettered one gazed at them for a long time before he said, "Immortals? I have my sword in my grasp, so who can I kill?" As soon as he finished speaking, his sword vanished from his grasp. An instant later, another line of words appeared beside Li Taibai's words. The unfettered one didn't stay for a moment longer, and he just continued forward. A short while later, he arrived at the peak of the mountain. The unfettered one glanced at the surroundings and entered the palace, the same palace Yang Yi and the others were standing in right now. There was a sword floating in the palace, the green lotus sword. The unfettered one's gaze descended onto the green lotus sword. A moment of silence ensued, and then the green lotus sword trembled slightly before Li Taibai appeared. Li Taibai's face instantly became solemn upon laying eyes on the unfettered one. Li Taibai was looking at the unfettered one, and the unfettered one was looking at Li Taibai. However, the unfettered one's gaze always remained extremely calm. A long while of silence passed before Li Taibai suddenly spoke. "In my lifetime, I've met two people with cultivations in the sword Dao that surpass my own. One of them is you." The calm in the unfettered one's gaze finally seemed to be slightly shaken. "Where's the other person?" Li Taibai glanced up at the sky, above the 9 heavens. The unfettered one nodded slightly. "I understand." He glanced at Li Taibai and asked, "The sword domain?" Li Taibai nodded slightly, "But I've almost forgotten it completely." The unfettered one asked, "How long did it take you?" 10 years, Li Taibai replied, and then he gazed at the unfettered one. "What about you?" The unfettered one stated, 3 years. Li Taibai gazed at the unfettered one for a long time before he said, "You're not from the small universe." The unfettered one nodded slightly. Complicated emotions flashed through Li Taibai's eyes. "I didn't expect someone like you to exist in a faraway world." The unfettered one asked, "What do you think about the sword domain?" Li Taibai fell silent for a long time before he replied, "Comprehending it is easy, understanding it isn't." The unfettered one nodded. "The domain is above intent, and it's above the truth, clarity, and the Tao. Besides that, it contains the truth, clarity, and the Tao. Or to be more precise, it contains everything." He fell silent for a moment and continued, "If one is to understand the domain, one must first understand the heart and understand all things in the world." Li Taibai gazed at the unfettered one for a long time before he said, "Your sword Dao still has a flaw." The unfettered one nodded. "I'm aware," Li Taibai said. "It probably won't take you too long to rectify." The unfettered one didn't say anything. He just fell silent for a while, and then turned around and walked away. He suddenly stopped when he arrived at the exit, and then he glanced at the statues of the woman. "Can your sword not sever your emotions?" Li Taibai fell silent for a while, and then he replied, "I'm unable to overcome that barrier." The unfettered one shook his head slightly. "What a pity. If you could, we would have been able to fight." He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. The screen of light vanished at this point. Yang Yi and the others fell silent. Yang Yi's eyes were closed, and his mind was constantly replaying the conversation between the unfettered one and Li Taibai. The sword domain. They were actually trying to forget the sword domain. Why were they trying to forget it? Yang Yi couldn't figure it out. Even though he didn't really understand the sword domain was merely inferior to the primordial pagoda when it came to how helpful it was to him. Moreover, he was certain that both the unfettered one and Li Taibai's understanding of the sword domain were definitely greater than his own. However, both of them were actually forgetting the sword domain. As he thought and thought about it, he actually fell into a meditative state. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui exchanged glances, and they didn't disturb Yang Yi. In the end, both of them gazed at the green lotus sword. Meanwhile, Snowy gazed at it as well. Qin Yushui walked over to the sword and asked, "Are you willing to go with me?" The green lotus sword hadn't even replied when Snowy suddenly appeared before it, and then she waved her claw at it. The green lotus sword trembled slightly, and then it floated over to Snowy. The sword emanated faint sword howls and seemed to be greeting Snowy. Qin Yushui was rendered speechless by this scene. The green lotus sword seemed to get along well with Snowy, and both of them started conversing with each other. Qin Yushui's eyes dimmed down at the sight of this, and she was about to leave. However, Snowy and the green lotus sword suddenly went over to her. Snowy cracked a smile at her, and then she pointed at the green lotus sword before pointing at Qin Yushui. Qin Yushui was stunned and asked, "You're saying that he'll come with me?" Snowy nodded. Qin Yushui was puzzled. Why? Snowy blinked. It was a difficult question for her. After all, how would she know why the green lotus sword wanted to go with Qin Yushui? She glanced at Qin Yushui, and then she pointed at the sword to tell Qin Yushui to ask it herself. Qin Yushui couldn't help but pat Snowy on the head when she saw Snowy act like that, and then she said, "Little fellow, come with me, all right? My home is full of nice things. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Nice things." Snowy's eyes lit up, and then she quickly nodded. Qin Yushui was visibly delighted when she saw Snowy nod. She was about to speak when Snowy suddenly pointed at Yang Yi, and then pointed at herself before finally pointing at Qin Yushui. Snowy was indicating that she wanted to visit Qin Yushui's home with Yang Yi. The smile on Qin Yushui's face froze. She glanced at Yang Yi, gazed at Snowy, and then thought for a moment before she replied, "All right, you can both come." Snowy cracked a smile when she heard this. Qin Yushui grinned, and then she gazed at the green lotus sword. "I won't bring shame to you." The green lotus sword shook slightly and flew into her grasp. Qin Yushui grinned, and then she gazed at Qin Jian. "Let's head home." Qin Jian thought for a moment and gazed at Yang Yi. "Let's leave after he wakes up." Qin Yushui glanced at Yang Yi and nodded slightly. "All right." If Yang Yi was disturbed at a time like this, it would definitely be a huge loss for him. Yang Yi was clearly in a state of comprehension after hearing the conversation between the unfettered one and Li Taibai. If he was disturbed before he could figure it out, then all his efforts would be wasted. Snowy was clearly aware that Yang Yi couldn't be disturbed, so she held the wooden sword in her arm and returned to the primordial pagoda. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, yet Yang Yi still hadn't regained consciousness. Qin Yushui glanced at him and said, "He won't meditate for a few years, right?" Qin Jian shook his head. "I don't know." Qin Yushui was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. "I understand now." "I see," Qin Jian said. "Brother Yang." Yang Yi gazed at Qin Jian and Qin Yushui. "Thank you for protecting me for the last 3 days." Qin Jian shook his head slightly. "It was nothing. Since you've woken up, we'll be bidding our farewells." As they spoke, both of them intended to leave. However, Yang Yi suddenly said, "I have something to tell you. It may be of use to you in the future." Qin Jian gazed at Yang Yi and spoke seriously. "Please provide us with your guidance." Yang Yi said, "Destroy and rebuild." Qin Jiang frowned. "Destroy and rebuild?" Yang Yi nodded. "At many times in our lives, we have to destroy and rebuild. Simply speaking, we have to abandon some things. Once you abandon it and regain it, you'll notice that it's a completely different feeling." Qin Jian was about to speak, but Yang Yi shook his head. Qin Yushui shook her head at Qin Jian when she saw this. She knew that there were many things which one had to comprehend on one's own. Others could only provide some hints and help, but if that person explained everything, it might do more harm than good. Qin Yushui cupped her fist at Yang Yi and said, "Thank you. Visit the Qin clan if you have time. Farewell." As soon as she finished speaking, both she and her brother turned around and left. They saw a man walking over from afar when they stepped out of the palace. The man disregarded them and walked straight towards the entrance of the palace. He suddenly stopped when he passed by the pair of brother and sister, and then he gazed at them. "Yang Yi is in there, right?" Qin Jian glanced at the man and didn't speak. Suddenly, the man vanished on the spot. Qin Jian's expression changed drastically at the sight of this, and he was about to attack. However, blood suddenly sprayed as a ray of light from a sword flashed. Hiss! Qin Jian's arm flew up into the air. Qin Yushui was furious, and she was about to attack. However, Qin Jian stopped her. Qin Jian looked the man in the eyes and said, "A sword that's fine like a snowflake and swift like a gust of wind. You're the third on the Milky Way rankings, Zhiliangchuan." The man nodded. "I am." Suddenly, a voice resounded. "You're looking for me?" Zhiliangchuan turned towards the entrance of the palace, and he saw a green-clothed man standing there. It was Yang Yi. Zhiliangchuan gazed at Yang Yi. "Your head is quite valuable. Lend it to me. I'll return it to you once I'm done using it." Yang Yi pointed at his head and said, "It's right here. Come get it. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1708. The most primitive is true. Come get it. Ji Liangchuan grinned. "You're very confident. Of course, I know that you're definitely not just a rebirth realm expert. So, I won't underestimate you." He paused for a moment and continued, "Of course, I won't think too highly of you either. In the younger generation of this universe, there really aren't many who are capable of making me think highly of them." "Brother Yang." Suddenly, Qin Jian warned, "Be careful. He's ranked third on the Milky Way rankings. He's very strong." Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Ji Liangchuan. "Bring it on." "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Liangchuan vanished on the spot, and he was before Yang Yi when he appeared again. A blood-red snowflake appeared, and it was accompanied by a ray of bright light. Yang Yi suddenly twisted his body sideways. As soon as he did that, a sword stabbed forward right beside his throat. However, it didn't take long for it to stop, and then it swept horizontally towards his throat. At the moment it swept horizontally at him, Yang Yi's body bent backwards like it had broken at the waist. The sword swept by while Yang Yi tapped the tip of his foot against the ground, causing his figure to move 300 m back. As soon as he stopped himself, he stretched out his left hand, and the sword precursor appeared in his grasp. Ji Liangchuan glanced at Yang Yi, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Interesting. His figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot, and a ray of light immediately appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi swiftly stabbed his sword forward, and it struck the tip of Ji Liangquan's sword. Clang! An ear-piercing clang resounded. The sword precursor shook slightly, and then Yang Yi twisted his body sideways and swung his sword down by his waist. It was absolutely fast as well. Once Ji Liangchuan missed, he frowned slightly before pulling his sword back to defend himself. As soon as he did that, Yang Yi's sword had struck his sword. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded. Ji Liangchuan was blasted over 30 m back by the collision. Ji Liangchuan didn't attack again. He glanced at Yang Yi, and there was a trace of solemnness in his eyes, such strong strength. Yang Yi said, "Are you still not going to fight seriously?" Ji Liangchuan nodded slightly. "The facts prove that I wasn't wrong. This business opportunity the Yang clan has thrown our way isn't easy. However, it's only interesting when it's difficult, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and he swung his sword down. Yang Yi tapped his right foot against the ground and moved a few steps back. As soon as he stopped, the tip of a sword descended right before his nose. After he dodged Ji Liangquan's attack, Yang Yi tapped the tip of his right foot against the ground and stabbed forward. Ji Liangqun's expression didn't change at all when he missed, and he similarly stabbed his sword forward as well. At the moment their swords were about to collide, Yang Yi suddenly twisted his body sideways, and his sword passed by Ji Liangqun's face before he swept it towards Ji Liangqun's throat. The latter's expression changed slightly. However, he didn't pull his sword back and similarly swept his sword towards Yang Yi's throat. If nothing unexpected occurred, they would die together because the lengths of their swords were almost similar. However, how could they possibly allow themselves to die together? When Yang Yi's sword was just half an inch away from Ji Liangqun's throat, a short saber that was thin like a cicada's wing stopped his sword. Meanwhile, 2 fingers had clamped down on Ji Liangqun's sword. Their eyes met in midair, and then Yang Yi twisted his sword while Ji Liangquan did the same. Bang! An explosion resounded. Ji Liangquan was blasted around 30 m back, while his sword left 2 bloody marks on Yang Yi's fingers. If Yang Yi hadn't released it quickly, his fingers would have probably been lost. Ji Liangquan fell silent for a moment, and then he suddenly slowly raised his sword to his chest. After that, he swung it at Yang Yi from afar. Hiss! A ray of snow-white sword energy shot forward from his sword. It seemed like it was made of snow, and it was completely snow-white. Even space was turned snow-white when it passed. A sword technique. Ji Liangquan had executed his sword technique. Yang Yi remained calm as he took a step forward, and then his sword stabbed forward. A very simple stab. He hadn't executed any sword technique. In next to no time, Yang Yi's sword stabbed against Ji Liangqun's sword energy. As soon as they came into contact, Yang Yi's sword shook violently, and then the powerful energy within the technique pushed Yang Yi backwards repeatedly. After being pushed around 30 m back, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down. The ground shook violently while Yang Yi relied on the counterforce to stop himself, and then he swung his sword horizontally against the sword energy. Hiss! Ji Liangqun's sword energy was sliced into 2. However, Ji Liangquan suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi at the same time, and then a ray of cold light flashed before Yang Yi's eyes. A moment later, Yang Yi felt coldness surge through his entire body, and then a sword was less than half an inch away from his forehead. Yang Yi reacted swiftly. His right foot twisted against the ground, causing his body to twist sideways and avoid the attack. However, a short saber had suddenly swept towards him. It was extremely swift, even swifter than the sword. At the moment that saber shot towards him, Yang Yi tapped his right foot down and retreated 30 m back. As soon as he stopped, a small cut appeared on the skin of his left neck and blood seeped out from it. If had just been a little slower, he may have lost his head. The cut was very small, and the primordial violet energy only took a moment to heal it. Yang Yi looked up at Ji Liangquan. The latter grinned. "My saber is even." His expression suddenly changed because Yang Yi had vanished on the spot, and Yang Yi was behind him. The Laws of Darkness. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. A ray of light flashed behind Ji Liangquan. Hiss! However, Ji Liangquan was over 100 m away. But as soon as he stopped, Yang Yi appeared behind him again, and then another ray of light flashed. This time, Ji Liangquan's expression had finally changed. It turned solemn. This time, he didn't dodge. The short sabers on his waist suddenly spun backwards. At the same time, his sword spun like a drill as it shot behind him. Besides that, a strand of terrifying intent surged out from him and swept towards Yang Yi. Zenith rank saber intent. Bang! Bang! Explosions resounded incessantly, while numerous rays of sword energy and saber energy flickered without end. They were locked in intense battle. Qin Yushui spoke solemnly. "Have you noticed that he isn't using sword intent?" She was naturally talking about Yang Yi. Qin Jian nodded slightly. "Why isn't he using sword intent?" Qin Yushui shook her head. "I don't know." As she spoke, she looked towards the distant battlefield. The battle was growing more and more intense. At this point in the battle, Yang Yi hadn't just avoided using sword intent, he hadn't even used a single sword technique. He was just using simple swings, stabs, flicks. They were the basic movements when one learned to use the sword. However, it was exactly such basic movements that were more formidable than Ji Liangqun's formidable sword techniques. Ji Liangchuan was completely suppressed in close-quartered combat, especially when Yang Yi's mysterious laws of darkness were added into the mix, and it made Yang Yi practically invincible in closed-quartered combat. But Ji Liangchuan was no weakling. Even though he was suppressed by Yang Yi's onslaught, he was still barely able to resist Yang Yi. Void Slash. Suddenly, Ji Liangquan's furious shout resounded, and then numerous formidable sword techniques flashed through the area, causing Yang Yi to be pushed backwards repeatedly. While Yang Yi was being pushed backwards, Ji Liangchuan suddenly charged forward, and his sword shot out from his grasp like a bolt of lightning. Its target was Yang Yi. Meanwhile, his short sabers appeared in his grasp. Yang Yi gazed at Ji Liangchuan from afar, and then he took a step back. A sword immediately arrived before his forehead once he finished taking that step back. However, it was still a tiny distance away from his flesh. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly stabbed his sword forward. Clang! A clear and loud sound of collision resounded. Ji Liangquan's sword was struck away. Meanwhile, Ji Liangchuan had arrived in front of Yang Yi. In an instant, countless rays of light enveloped Yang Yi. The rays of light were still so visible because his saber had been so swift. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes when the rays of light enveloped him. What is true? The most primitive is true. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his eyes again. In an instant, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1709. Simplify and Combine. At the instant he opened his eyes, Yang Yi's sword shot forward. Stab, flick, chop, swing, slice, sweep. As far as Qin Jian and Qin Yushui were concerned, Yang Yi was ceaselessly repeating these movements. The speed at which Yang Yi swung his sword was extremely slow. It was so slow that it was like a child using a sword. However, their expressions were extremely solemn. Yang Yi's speed wasn't slow, it was swift. When one was swift to the limit, it seemed slow. In less than a breath of time, Ji Liangquan's sword energy had been completely obliterated. Yang Yi withdrew his sword and stood on the spot as he gazed at Ji Liangchuan. Do you have other moves? Ji Liangchuan gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he asked, why is this happening? Yang Yi's moves were extraordinarily ordinary. They were so ordinary that even a beginner knew them. Moreover, Yang Yi hadn't utilized any sword intent. However, it was exactly such ordinary moves that destroyed his saber techniques. Yang Yi asked, you want to know? Ji Liangchuan nodded. Yang Yi glanced at his sword and said, you know, I noticed earlier that I was on the wrong path towards the sword Dao. The wrong path? Ji Liangchuan frowned slightly. What do you mean? Yang Yi replied, it can't be said to be wrong. I can only be said to have not understood. He glanced at Ji Liangchuan and continued, you're at the zenith realm. Regardless of whether it's your speed or techniques, they've arrived at the zenith, right? Ji Liangchuan nodded. Yang Yi said, you've arrived at your own limits. Do you know what's above your limits? Ji Liangchuan said, the truth. Yang Yi nodded. Do you know what's the truth? Ji Liangchuan fell silent for a moment and replied, please do tell. Yang Yi replied, the truth is the quintessence, it's the original form. Just like my sword, it's actually just a piece of metal. What's the true form of metal? Matter. What's the true form of matter? Ji Liangchuan glanced at Yang Yi and said, can you make it simpler? Yang Yi nodded slightly. The most primitive is true. Simply speaking, we should simplify the complicated and seek the quintessence of all things. Just like the sword. For example, sword techniques may vary, but the principle is the same. It's always the same moves. However, because of innovation, sword techniques started to have numerous variations, and all sorts of flashy sword techniques appeared. Is that bad? Ji Liangchuan continued, some sword techniques are very formidable, right? Yang Yi glanced at his sword. No matter how strong they are still sword techniques. The sword is the core. We should pursue the sword and not sword techniques. He gazed at Ji Liangchuan and continued. Because the sword is the foundation. Ji Liangchuan lowered his head slightly and seemed to be in deep thought. He wasn't the only one. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui were in deep thought too. They seemed to be comprehending what Yang Yi had just said. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and there was a grin on his face. Head gained such comprehension because of the conversation between the unfettered one and Li Tai-bai. Forget. Both of them spoke about forgetting the sword domain. It wasn't just the sword domain. They were also trying to forget other things that were flashy yet not practical. It was like tempering metal. A piece of metal had to be struck thousands of times to remove the impurities within it. Only then would it grow stronger and sharper. The forgetting that the unfettered one and Li Tai-bai spoke of could be considered as the removal of impurities and pursuit of the quintessence of the sword. Or perhaps it could be said to be the pursuit of the quintessence of all things. Simplified as seek the truth. It was what Yang Yi had comprehended. So, he hadn't utilized any sword techniques or sword intent while fighting Ji Liangchuan, and from now on, he wouldn't just utilize sword techniques and sword intent in battle as well. The way he thought right now was very simple. It was to forget the techniques Head learned in the past and start from the beginning. Forget the sword domain. Forget the sword techniques and forget sword intent. Suddenly, Ji Liangchuan said, I can kill true realm experts. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Ji Liangchuan. If I'm not wrong, they can't be considered as real true realm experts, right? As far as he was concerned, only experts like the Yang clan's patriarch could be considered as a real true realm expert. As for people like Yang Gu and Yang Ling, they were still quite far away from real true realm experts. Ji Liangchuan gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, Simplify and pursue the quintessence. The quintessence is the truth. Thank you for your guidance. He turned around and started walking away once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, You're leaving just like that? Ji Liangchuan turned around and gazed at Yang Yi. I can't kill you. Yang Yi shook his head. I mean, I helped you a little, right? Ji Liangchuan nodded. Yes, you did. Yang Yi said, I have a small thing I need your help with. Of course, just forget it if you're unwilling. Ji Liangchuan glanced at Yang Yi and said, I don't like owing people favors. Go on, tell me what it is. Yang Yi grinned. It's nothing. It's just that I might return to the Yang clan soon. I'm quite cowardly, so I'd like to get someone to accompany me there. Ji Liangquan's eyelids twitched. At this moment, he was on the verge of cursing. Return to the Yang clan? Presently, the entire world was aware that the Yang clan wanted to kill Yang Yi. If Yang Yi was returning, what was he going back for? It was definitely not to have some tea. So, returning with Yang Yi meant that he would have to fight the Yang clan. It was a trap, a huge trap. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. At this moment, Ji Liangchuan understood why Yang Yi had been so kind as to explain all of that to him. It was a trap. It was bait. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, Of course, I won't force you if you don't want to. But I'm sure you're aware that a clear conscience is very important, especially for cultivators like us. It's karma, and the heart and mind won't be at peace until karma is severed. It'll be very disadvantageous to your cultivation too. Right? I'm not saying all of that for any specific reason, so don't take it seriously. I'm just describing it for fun, and I have no other intentions. I promise. The corners of Ji Liangquan's mouth twitched. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, I know. You were just telling that to me for fun. I promise. I know. Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, Ji Liangchuan suddenly flicked a talisman over to Yang Yi. I said that I don't like owing favors. They'll return the favor that I owe you. That's a transmission talisman. Crush it when you plan to return to the Yang clan. They'll be there. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. A smile curled up on Yang Yi's face as he gazed at the transmission talisman. Ji Liangchuan was extremely strong. It could be said that even fighting two true realm experts wouldn't be a problem for him. The Yang clan. Yang Yi's face turned gloomy when he thought of the Yang clan. Had naturally not forgotten what the Yang clan had done to him, and he was determined to get his revenge. As a man, he had to repay his debts and take revenge if there was enmity. However, He wasn't that foolish as to go against the Yang clan on his own, nor could he accomplish that. Not to mention anything else, just the Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Shao, wasn't someone he could defeat. If he didn't use the war god's arm, he wouldn't even be able to fight Yang Shao. So, he had to get help. Help. Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Qin Jian and Qin Yushui. Their eyelids twitched when they saw him look at them. Yang Yi said, "What I said earlier was helpful to the both of you too, right?" Qin Jian exchanged glances with his sister. In the end, he said, "Brother Yang, I'm sorry. We're very grateful for the guidance that you've provided, but we can't go to the Yang clan with you. It's not that we're afraid, but we're members of the Qin clan. If we go with you, it's very likely that it'll cause the Yang clan and the Qin clan's relationship to turn hostile." So, Yang Yi smiled, "I understand, and I want to ask you to go to the Yang clan with me." What I wanted to say is, do you know why Ji Liangquan's attainments in the Sword Dao is stronger than both of you? Yang Yi didn't wait for them to answer him and continued, "Because of the shackles on you. Both of your hearts are shackled. It's an invisible shackle. Just like this very moment, both of you really want to help me, but you have to consider your clan and choose not to help. Sword cultivators aren't cultivating the sword, but the heart. If the heart is in shackles, the sword is in shackles. If the sword is in shackles, you won't be able to draw your sword when you need to. That's why your swords aren't as swift and powerful as Ji Liangquan. It's because your hearts and swords are bound." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked towards the palace. Qin Jian and Qin Yushui remained silent on the spot. A long time passed before Qin Yushui said, "Brother, what he said really does make sense." Qin Jian laughed bitterly. "I know, but what can we do about it? It wasn't easy for the clan to foster us. Even if we don't make any great contributions to the clan, we can't cause trouble for the clan, right?" Qin Yushui remained silent for a long time before she said, "If the heart is bound, we hesitate before drawing our swords. Once we hesitate, how can it be quick?" She gazed at the palace at this point and continued, "Brother, did you see? Both Ji Liangquan and Yang Ye's swords are extremely swift. They're much swifter than both of us." Qin Jian fell silent. A short while passed before Qin Yushui shook her head. "Let's go." It didn't take long for them to leave Phoenix Cry Mountain. After he entered the palace, Yang Yi immediately entered the primordial pagoda and went to the cultivation room on the 3rd level. Simplify. Had learned too many sword and fist techniques. He naturally had no intention to discard all of them. His goal was to combine all of them and then simplify them. His goal was to make them simpler and purer. It wasn't just his sword techniques and fist techniques that he intended to simplify. He also intended to simplify the laws Head comprehended. In the past, his sword had been too complicated and had learned too many miscellaneous things. So, he intended to simplify and combine everything he knew. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17:10. Split Second. Sword Techniques. Yang Ye's first target to simplify was his sword techniques. For example, Heaven Rend. Heaven Rend has been with him for a very, very long time, because it was a sword technique that could grow along with his strength, and he had the sword spirit, so Head never discarded that technique. Simplifying represented making the sword technique even simpler and purer. Heaven Rend focused on explosive force and overlapping its attacks. However, sheathing and drawing a sword with the ancient sheath still took time. Yang Yi was removing these tedious movements. In other words, his goal was for it to be overlapped without sheathing his sword. Sword moves were no more than stabs, flicks, swings, chops, slashes, and so on and so forth. Now, Head converted the Heaven Rend into a swing, and every time he swung his sword, he would be able to overlap Heaven Rend. It wasn't just with the swing movement, even the stab, flick, chop, slash, and other movements were being converted too. In the future, every attack he executed could be overlapped. Overlapping. These words were the embodiment of speed and strength, and speed and strength were the quintessence of sword techniques. Any sword technique, and even other techniques or flashy techniques, were strong because of their speed and strength. Their quintessence was speed and strength. So, Yang Yi had decided to abandon the techniques themselves and pursue both speed and strength. Had tested it earlier. During the battle with Ji Liangchuan, the reason had been able to destroy those rays of saber energy at the end was because of utilizing this method, and had noticed that it was very effective. However, it was absolutely difficult to accomplish. Overlapping every single attack had extremely harsh requirements on one's strength and speed. After all, an attack that isn't overlapped can be extraordinarily swift, but an overlapped attack would slow down because of the overlapping. Now, his goal was to train with everything he had. He intended to train until the difference in speed between an overlapped attack and a single attack vanished. There were no shortcuts when it came to cultivating. The only way to simplify things was to practice to the death. It was an extremely painful process. Coupled with the fact that he could only use his left hand, it was even more painful. He was just repeating simple moves like stabs, flicks, chops, and swipes. However, every single one of them was equivalent to 20 overlapped attacks. As he trained and trained, he couldn't even feel his left hand anymore. Fortunately, he had primordial violet energy. Because he had primordial violet energy, he could carry out high-intensity training without any worries. Cultivating was a never-ending process. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yi had been training for 5 months. Of course, only 15 days had passed in the outside world. During these 5 months, Yang Yi didn't do anything but ceaselessly repeat basic sword movements like stabs, flicks, chops, swipes, and so on and so forth. He didn't even sleep throughout this time. He swung his sword tens of thousands of times every single day, and he trained until he couldn't feel his arm. But because he had primordial violet energy, his arm would be instantly repaired once he couldn't feel it anymore. However, that was only during the beginning. In the end, his rate of training became so insane that even the primordial violet energy couldn't keep up with him. So, it forced him to stop training from time to time. Was it painful? Absolutely. Because he wasn't just using his arm when he trained. His entire body was tense. Coupled with the high levels of focus he had to maintain, it was absolutely tiring. But it was necessary. There were no shortcuts in cultivation. The only way to grow stronger was to train until exhaustion. Comfort was prepared for the dead. 2 more months passed. Yang Yi finally stopped training. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi stood on the spot with his sword in hand. His eyes were closed, and he seemed like he was in a meditative state. He just stood there for around a quarter of an hour, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. OM! A sword howl resounded, and then 10 rays of light appeared before Yang Yi. Some of them were horizontal, some were vertical, and some were at an angle. In short, they were in all sorts of angles. Yang Yi gazed at them for a long time, and then a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. If they weren't destroyed by external forces, they wouldn't disperse on their own. Had executed 10 attacks just now, and every single one of them had 20 attacks in them. Had only used less than a breath of time to accomplish that. A few months ago, had only been able to execute 2 heaven rends in succession within a breath of time. Yet now, he could execute 10. Besides that, every one of them was much stronger than they had been. After all, his constant training had tremendously improved both his speed and strength, especially his unrivaled strength and physical strength. The main reason he could execute 10 of those overlapped attacks within a breath of time was his physical strength and unrivaled strength. Because his physical Bodhis foundation was very solid, and his unrivaled strength was powerful. That was why he could execute 10 overlapped attacks within a breath of time. If a Nanjing's strength hadn't improved at all, then she would definitely not be a match for him right now. However, he was very well aware that it was impossible. And Nanjing was very strong before they parted. Now that she had the Wu clan's ancestor, Wu Mu, to guide her, it was obvious that her strength would definitely undergo a qualitative transformation. Of course, it was a good thing for him. Yang Yi didn't leave the primordial pagoda, because he had numerous other things to do. For example, simplifying the laws he possessed. The laws. He possessed the laws of speed, the laws of darkness, the spatial laws, the temporal laws, and the laws of decay. Besides the laws of darkness, he practically never used the other four laws any longer. The reason he stopped using them was because besides the laws of darkness, the rest weren't very useful to him now. Yang Yi felt they were useless in the past, yet now, he realized that it wasn't that they were useless, and had merely overlooked their strength. For example, after the laws of darkness was improved, its might was completely different from what it had been. There were no weak laws, and there were no weak sword techniques. There were only weak people. Besides the laws of decay and the temporal laws, the other three laws were the product of utilizing the sword domain to copy and comprehend from others. But after he copied it from others, he didn't put further effort into comprehending and researching them. Everything required hard work to learn and study it, and only then would it grow more effective. In the past, he didn't pay attention to things like this. Or it should be said that had overlooked all of it. But he refused to do it again. He intended to organize everything Head possessed and learned in the past. He planned to simplify them into their simplest, purest, and most effective form. The forgetting that the unfettered one and Li Taibai spoke about wasn't completely forgetting all sword techniques and the sword domain. They meant forgetting the flashy yet impractical things to pursue the quintessence of all things. They pursued the true form of it all. Of course, their conversation wasn't that simple, but Yang Yi had only figured out this much. As for the deep and hidden meaning behind their words, he didn't really understand it completely. Study the laws. Yang Yi started studying the laws next. The spatial laws. The first law Yang Yi studied was the spatial laws. Because space was everywhere. He believed that if he truly comprehended it, then it would definitely be the most helpful to him. The spatial laws allowed him to become one with space, and he could control space as well. However, even a rebirth realm expert could easily replicate that ability. Moreover, unless he was in a special place, the space in most places was very easy to shatter. That was exactly why the spatial laws seemed so useless to him. It wasn't just the spatial laws. Even the temporal laws, laws of speed, and the laws of decay were the same. It was also why Yang Yi rarely utilized these four laws. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Were they useless? That was what Yang Yi thought in the past. But he didn't think they were useless anymore. They weren't useless. It was his fault for not learning them well. When he started studying the spatial laws, Yang Yi called Zir over to his side. Because her attainments in space were much greater than his. Sense it. Zir spoke solemnly. If you want to understand space, you have to sense it. We're within space right now, so sense it carefully. Sense everything about it, and then take control of everything it has and use everything it has. Your goal is to figure out how to control and use it better. It shouldn't be difficult for you. Yang Yi nodded, and then he sat down cross-legged and stared to comprehend space. Space was everywhere, because everyone lived within space. Of course, when one's strength arrived at a certain level, one wouldn't die even if space was shattered. Now, his goal was to figure out how to use the space around him. Just like that, day after day passed. 10 days later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then he took his sword in his left grasp and swung it. In an instant, 10 rays of light appeared around him. There was nothing different about them when compared to before, but Yang Yi was delighted, because this time, Head used even less time than before. Head reduced the overall time by around 1/10. While it seemed to only be just 1/10, it still was extremely terrifying. However, that wasn't even the main point. The main point was that Head noticed that he could utilize the space around him when he attacked. Space could be an auxiliary force to him and help his attacks grow even faster. Besides that, Head noticed that his laws of darkness, spatial laws, and laws of speed could be utilized together. The reason his laws of darkness allowed him to suddenly appear behind others without them noticing was actually by traveling through space. At the instant he traveled through space, he could utilize the spatial laws, and he could even utilize the laws of speed as well. Of course, it was difficult to utilize all three of these laws in an instant. Train. Train like a madman. On the first day, he trained 20,000 times. On the second day, 30,000 times. On the 10th day, 50,000 times. 3 months later, On the first level of the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi was standing on a huge rock with his eyes closed, and he had a sword in his grasp. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. A huge tree around 3 kilometers away from him was suddenly split apart at the center. An instant later, it decayed and crumbled into pieces. Yang Yi glanced at the dense forest in the distance. Hiss, 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 hiss. All the trees he glanced at were split apart at the center, and the cut was smooth like a mirror. An instant later, all of them decayed into powder. As for Yang Yi, he was still standing on the spot and hadn't moved at all. A long time passed before Yang Yi looked down slightly and spoke softly. This attack is formed from the fusion of 5 laws. It's swift to the extreme. They'll call it split second. A sort of mind that's in the moment between an instant and eternity. Split second. An attack in a split second. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1711. The Day I Put Down My Sword. Split second. Actually, Yang Yi hadn't been standing still all the time. It was just that he'd been too fast. At the moment he opened his eyes, his figure was 3 kilometers away. However, because he was too swift, he seemed like he hadn't moved at all even after attacking and returning to where he'd been standing. Speed. Strength. His attack wasn't flashy at all, and it only stressed on 2 points, speed and strength. He didn't use the spatial laws to modify space or condense it, and he just simply used the spatial laws to increase his speed. Modifying the structure of space, or using space to form spatial walls were actually useless, because many experts could shatter space with ease. Unless it was a place with extraordinarily strong space, then perhaps he could use the space there to do something. However, controlling space at a place where space was easily shattered was utterly useless. It wasn't his attainments in the spatial laws that were weak, and it was space's own characteristics that made it like that. For example, no matter how one used mud, it wouldn't transform into a sharp sword. So, he had no choice but to use space's strong points. It was the same for the laws of speed. Speed. He used everything to improve his speed. When speed was at a certain level, it could create force. When the force created through speed was combined with his own physical strength, unrivaled strength, and overlapped attacks, it made his attack speed and explosive force extremely terrifying. It could be said that while his cultivation wasn't at the zenith realm, the might of his attacks had fully surpassed the zenith realm and arrived at the true realm. Not the type of ordinary and weak true realm experts, but real true realm experts. His attack was very pure and focused. However, it had a huge flaw. Actually, it couldn't be considered to be a flaw, it could only be considered as a drawback, and it was that it consumed too much profound energy. Executing that attack earlier had completely exhausted all the profound energy within him. Not even a drop remained. If his body wasn't strong, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to stand right now. Yang Yi didn't make a fuss about it because it was very normal. Simultaneously utilizing 5 types of laws and overlapping his attacks was a huge burden on his profound energy. However, it allowed Yang Yi to realize that his cultivation was too low. Had understood what the zenith represented and what was true. However, he was still at the rebirth realm. It was naturally because he didn't have time to cultivate. A person's cultivation wouldn't just rise for no reason. Moreover, had been stuck in the vortex that was the Yang clan, so he hadn't had any time to cultivate. Yet now, he could cultivate. Yang Yi returned to the 3rd level and started cultivating. At a corner of the 1st level in the primordial pagoda, Qiongqi, who was lying there on the ground and recuperating, had suddenly opened his eyes. There was a small flame in front of him. It was the divining flame. Qiongqi glanced at the divining flame and remained silent. The divining flame said, "As far as I know, ancient ferocious beasts aren't this weak." Qiongqi remained silent. The divining flame continued, "You appeared in that small world with a group of defiant cultivators all those years ago. That was definitely not a coincidence. If I'm not wrong, you were there for this pagoda, right? Xiongqi still remained silent. The divining flame continued. When this pagoda was lost all those years ago, it was no secret in the upper dimension. If I'm not wrong, you were there in that small world for this pagoda, right? Xiongqi glanced at the divining flame. So what if I was? The divining flame fell silent for a short while before he said, I don't know why Master chose him, but I'm sure you're aware that since Master has acknowledged him and allowed him to take control of this pagoda, it represents that Master is willing to form a link of karma with him. So, you understand what I mean, right? Xiongqi replied, You're afraid that he'll take it by force? Or notify those experts of the demon dimension? The divining flame replied, Yes. Xiongqi said, Then why don't you notify your master first? The divining flame fell silent. Meanwhile, Xiongqi suddenly said, That kid is in Milky Way system. Based on your master's strength, he should be able to notice the pagoda's arrival. However, he hasn't shown himself. There are two possible explanations for that. Firstly, head in closed-door cultivation. Secondly, he's testing that kid, and he wants that kid to rely on himself to get to the upper dimension. Xiongqi paused for a moment and continued, If it's the latter, then it would naturally not be a problem. He'll have someone to protect him once he heads up there. But if it's the former, then that kid will probably be obliterated once he heads up there. The divining flame spoke solemnly. If it's the former, then he will be obliterated if you expose the presence of this pagoda once he gets up there. Because it isn't just the demon race that wants this pagoda, the shaman race, and even others may want it. The human race. Xiongqi spoke abruptly. The human race covets it too, right? The divining flame fell silent. Xiongqi remained silent for a long time before he said, Instead of worrying about that, you should worry about how to make that kid grow swiftly. Once he has sufficient strength, he would naturally have no need to fear that others would try to take this pagoda from him. The divining flame said, What about you? I refuse to believe that you're just following him because of that so-called agreement from that day. Moreover, 3 years have passed, right? Xiongqi didn't say anything. The divining flame said, I hope you make the right choice. The divining flame vanished after saying that. Xiongqi remained silent for a long time, and then he closed his eyes slowly. It seemed like he'd fallen asleep. On the third level, Yang Yi was still cultivating. Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. One morning, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then an aura swept out from him. However, it only took a moment for it to surge back into Yang Yi's body. Huff. Yang Yi let out a mouthful of foul air, and then he took up. The Zenith realm. After months of bitter cultivation, Head finally stepped foot into the Zenith realm. The current volume of profound energy he possessed was sufficient to execute split-second twice. Actually, he could even charge into the true realm, because Head understood what true represented. However, he didn't do that. It was best to steadily rise up in the realms of cultivation. If he charged into the true realm now, it would definitely not be stable even if he succeeded. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. After all, Head just attained the Zenith realm. He hadn't even gotten used to the Zenith realm, so immediately charging into the true realm was too hasty, and it would leave tremendous potential issues behind. When it came to cultivating, one couldn't only focus on speed. The best way was to rise steadily, level by level. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something at this moment. He flipped his palm, and a scroll appeared in his grasp. It was the scroll that Li Taibai had given him that day, and it contained Li Taibai's inheritance. Yang Yi gazed at it for a long time, and then he put it away. He didn't need Li Taibai's inheritance. He knew that it definitely contained powerful sword techniques and Li Taibai's beliefs in the sword Dao. If he took a look, he would definitely gain a lot. However, he didn't open it, and he refused to, because he had his own beliefs and ideas now, and he had his own perception of the sword Dao. He didn't want to take Li Taibai's path, and he refused to take the unfettered one's path too. He just wanted to take his own path. Yang Yi put the scroll away and glanced at Xiao Yushi. She was still cultivating. Or it should be said that she was always cultivating. Affection arose in Yang Yi's heart as he gazed at her. Throughout these years, Xiao Yushi, Su Qingshi, and all the others had definitely been living lives filled with worry. He felt guilty. Had always felt guilty towards them. The unfettered one took a path towards the sword Dao that was without emotion, and only the sword remained in his heart. So, the unfettered one's attainments were formidable. Because his sword Dao was the purest, it was truly pure. But Yang Yi didn't want to take such a path. In his heart, Xiao Yushi and the others were much more important than the sword Dao. He wanted to grow strong so that he could protect those he cared about. It could be said that Xiao Yushi and the others were his motivation. If the unfettered one took a path towards the sword Dao that was without emotion, then he sought a path that used emotion. If a heart was without emotion, it would naturally be free and unbound. Such a sword Dao was pure to the extreme, and it would be strong to the extreme. If there was emotion in the heart, it represented that the sword would be bound by threads of emotion. Even though Yang Yi had used it to become his motivation to grow stronger, it was still a form of restraint. Just like when he intended to draw his sword, he would consider Xiao Yushi and the others, and he would worry about them. His heart was bound, so his sword was bound. A bound sword could never be absolutely pure. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to sever his emotions and abandon them. If he didn't have the people he loved the most, then what was the point of becoming unparalleled through the world? At the very least, it was meaningless to him. He could abandon the sword Dao for them, but he would absolutely not abandon them for the sword Dao. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a while, and then he walked over to Xiao Yushi. He kissed her gently on the forehead and spoke softly, "Wait for the day I put down my sword." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Right after Yang Yi vanished, Xiao Yushi suddenly opened her eyes and looked ahead for a long time before she spoke softly. "All right." Yang Yi didn't leave the primordial pagoda immediately, because Snowy asked him to play with her. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't refuse her request. Had been cultivating every day for the last few months, and Snowy was extremely displeased by that. After playing with Snowy for 2 days and satisfying her, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. He was stunned when he returned to the outside world. It was because numerous eyes were staring at him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17:12. It'll kill everyone related to you. For the sake of cultivating, Head just hidden himself in a corner of Li Taibai's palace. Now that Head returned to the outside world, he noticed that there were a few dozen people here. Every single one of them was holding a sword or carrying a sword on their backs. Sword cultivators. They were those sword cultivators who'd been in Sword Immortal City. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he turned around and walked away. Meeting Li Taibai and gaining Li Taibai's inheritance had been the reason why Head come to Phoenix Cry Mountain. However, that had been in the past. Now, he wasn't interested in Li Taibai's inheritance at all. Head gained something that was even more important than Li Taibai's inheritance. Wait. Suddenly, a voice resounded. Yang Yi stopped and turned to look. A man was walking in his direction. The man had a green robe on him, and he was around the age of 25. The man said, "If I'm not wrong, you're that fellow, Yang Yi, who the Yang clan issued a warrant for, right?" Yang Yi. The other sword cultivators gazed at Yang Yi. They'd seen him in Sword Immortal City, but many hadn't been able to recall it immediately. Yang Yi glanced at the man and nodded. "Yes." The man grinned. "Don't worry, we aren't interested in the Yang clan's rewards." Worried? Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he shook his head. "I'm not worried." The man smiled. "Let's not talk about that. There's something else I'd like to ask about." Yang Yi replied, "Go on." Yang Yi was such a person. If you spoke nicely to him, he would reply nicely. It worked both ways. The man said, "You got here a long time ago, right?" Yang Yi nodded, sort of. A smile curled up on the corners of the man's mouth. "So, you met the Sword Immortal, Li Taibai?" Yang Yi nodded. "I did." Everyone here was visibly excited when they heard him, and the smile on the man's mouth gradually grew wider. The man said, "The sword immortal's inheritance is in your possession, right? So that's what he wants." Yang Yi understood what the man wanted, and he understood what the other sword cultivators here were thinking. He glanced at them and said, "The sword immortal's inheritance is in my possession, and I understand what all of you want. However, the sword immortal gave it to me." Even though he refused to use Li Taibai's inheritance, he wouldn't just casually give it away. The expressions of the others instantly turned gloomy when they heard him, and many even revealed hostility in their eyes. Meanwhile, the man said, "Brother Yang, that's not very nice, isn't it? We rushed over from all over this universe just to meet the sword immortal and gain his inheritance. Yet now, you're taking it for yourself. That's really not very nice." Yang Yi glanced at them and shook his head. He didn't say a word and just walked away. The man's face turned even gloomier when Yang Yi ignored him, and then he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi suddenly stopped when the man's figure vanished, and then the surroundings fell silent. The man had appeared before Yang Yi, but a sword was pressed against the center of his forehead. The sword was held in Yang Yi's grasp. Everyone here was stunned, including the man. His eyes were filled with disbelief because he hadn't seen how Yang Yi had attacked. He wasn't the only one. All the others here hadn't seen it as well. All of them just saw the man vanish, and then a sword was pressed against his forehead. Yang Yi looked the man in the eyes and said, "If it's yours, it's yours. If it isn't, then don't try to get it by force. Understand?" Yang Yi withdrew his sword once he finished speaking, and then he walked towards the exit. Suddenly, the man roared with fury, "The sword immortal's inheritance is in his possession. If you don't want to have come here for nothing, then join forces and kill him. Make..." Suddenly, the man's voice stopped abruptly, and then his head tilted to the side and rolled off his neck. Blood sprayed out like a torrent. After staying stunned for a moment, all of them gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't stop and just continued forward. Someone suddenly asked, "He did it?" Someone else answered, "He didn't. He was always just walking." Another one said, "Impossible. He definitely did it. How did he do it?" Along with this question, silence suddenly filled the area. After he left the palace, Yang Yi tapped his right foot against the ground and shot up into the air. But it didn't take long for him to stop because a man and a woman had appeared before him. He recognized them both. It was Li Fengyu and Qin Linsong. Qin Linsong spoke solemnly. "What sword technique was that?" Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "I don't think I'm obligated to tell you." Qin Linsong frowned slightly. She fell silent for a moment and said, "Your strength is much stronger than before. Is it because of the sword immortal's inheritance?" Yang Yi shook his head. "It isn't. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell." "Brother, wait a moment." Meanwhile, Li Fengyu suddenly said, "Brother Yang, we hold no ill intent towards you. We've just never seen such a powerful sword technique as the one you just executed. Brother Yang, you're a sword cultivator, so you should understand how we feel." Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "Make your move." Li Fengyu and Qin Linsong exchanged glances, and then Qin Linsong vanished on the spot. She was in front of Yang Yi when she appeared again. In an instant, 3 rays of light stabbed towards Yang Yi's forehead, nape, and heart from 3 different directions. Every single one of them was lethal. Yang Yi didn't move at all. Right when the rays of light were less than half an inch away from hitting him, OM! A sword howl suddenly resounded, and then the 3 rays of light shattered and were instantly obliterated. It was like they were never there. As for Yang Yi, he was still standing there, and it was like head never attacked. Both Qin Linsong and Li Fengyu were stunned by this scene, and they had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. A moment of silence ensued, and then Qin Linsong suddenly took a step forward. A wave of powerful sword intent swept out from within her, and it slammed down upon Yang Yi like a tidal wave. Everywhere it passed, even space warped. It was absolutely shocking. True rank sword intent. Suddenly, Yang Yi's wrist moved slightly, and then the powerful true rank sword intent before him vanished instantly without a trace. Qin Linsong and Li Fengyu were stunned. OM! Meanwhile, a sword howl resounded, but there was no sword energy to see. Qin Linsong and Li Fingius' eyes instantly opened wide when they heard it, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Visit Rieadel. Me for extra chapters. Yang Ye's sword was so swift that it surpassed sound. No, it didn't just surpass sound. It far surpassed the speed of sound. Most importantly, Yang Yi hadn't executed any techniques just now, or even utilized sword intent. But it was just such an attack that had destroyed her true rank sword intent. Qin Linsong remained silent for a long time before she spoke solemnly. Why is your attack that fast and that strong? Yang Yi asked. Want to know? She nodded. What are your conditions? A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. They'll be returning to the Yang clan, but I'm quite a timid person. So, I'm looking for some people to accompany me there. Are you willing to go with me? The Yang clan. Their eyelids twitched when they heard him. They naturally knew what Yang Ye's return to the Yang clan represented. Yang Yi intended to go back and take revenge. Both of them fell silent. Even though they were geniuses amongst geniuses, and were even experts on the Milky Way rankings, they were definitely nothing before an ancient clan like the Yang clan. So, if they went to the Yang clan with Yang Yi, they had a 99% chance of dying there. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly smiled. I want force both of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. The Yang clan was a place he was determined to return to. However, he wasn't a fool, so he wouldn't try to fight the Yang clan on his own. Even though his strength had improved tremendously, the Yang clan was a large clan. Moreover, Yang Xiao's strength was still mysterious and unfathomable to him. Even now, he still wasn't confident in his ability to defeat the Yang clan's patriarch. Not to mention that the Yang clan was an ancient clan, so it definitely had unknown trump cards. If he returned rashly, he would only be throwing his life away. So, if he could get help, he intended to do so. Of course, he would still return even if he couldn't get any help. However, he wouldn't refuse if people were willing to go with him. Even though Qin Linsong and Li Fangyu were at the Zenith realm, their strength was absolutely sufficient to fight true realm experts. After all, both of them possessed true realm sword intent. However, they were hesitant, and Yang Yi would naturally not beg people to go back to the Yang clan with him. It was good if he had help, but he wasn't afraid if he didn't. Yang Yi left in a very decisive manner. Suddenly, Qin Linsong said, I'll go with you. Yang Yi stopped and gazed at her. Are you sure? She nodded. I am. Yang Yi nodded slightly, all right. He gazed at Li Fangyu while he spoke. Li Fangyu pondered deeply for a moment and shook his head. Brother Yang, I'm sorry. As a member of the Li clan, I can't get mixed up in the business of your Yang clan. The Li clan, one of the 8 large clans. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Yang Yi gazed at Qin Linsong, and then he flicked a scroll to her. That's the Sword Immortal's inheritance. It's yours now. Qin Linsong glanced at the scroll before her and gazed at Yang Yi. You learned that attack from here? Yang Yi shook his head. I never looked at it, because I have my own path. That sword technique is something I created myself, and it belongs only to me. You can't learn it. Allow me to give you a piece of advice as well. Don't constantly imitate others. Of course, learning is extremely important, but you must have your own things too. Qin Linsong fell silent for a long time, and then she said, Thank you for your guidance. As she spoke, she took a glance at the contents of the scroll, and then her face gradually became extremely solemn. A long time passed before she looked up at Yang Yi. Now, I believe what you said just now. You really haven't taken a look at the Sword Immortal's inheritance. Yang Yi asked, Why? She replied, Because you wouldn't give it up if you had. She paused for a moment and continued, It's extremely formidable. Are you sure you want to give it up? Yang Yi grinned but didn't say anything. Suddenly, the space in front of Yang Yi trembled slightly, and then a woman appeared before him. Yang Yi recognized her. It was Qin Yushui. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Qin Yushui spoke solemnly. My clan received news that the Yang clan has sent its forces to Merak system. They intend to capture your friends and wives that are there. Yang Ye's face instantly became cold. He remained silent for a moment, and then he suddenly took a deep breath. Touch my loved ones and it'll kill everyone related to you. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1713, Grandpa Yang, I was wrong. Kill everyone. Their eyelids twitched when they heard Yang Yi. Yang Yi was a member of the Yang clan, yet he actually wanted to annihilate the Yang clan. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. However, it only took a moment for him to appear before Qin Yushui again. After that, he grabbed Qin Yushui's shoulder before vanishing on the spot with her. Only Li Fengyu and Qin Linsong remained here. Li Fengyu suddenly asked, Miss Qin, are you really going to return to the Yang clan with him? She glanced at Li Fengyu. I've taken from him, so can't I refuse now? Li Fengyu pondered deeply for a moment and said, Miss Qin, allow me to be honest. The Yang clan isn't that simple. Qin Linsong asked, what are you trying to say? Li Fengyu replied, Miss Qin, the 8 large clans are like kings in this medium universe of ours. Every single one of them possesses their own secret trump cards and reserves. These trump cards and reserves are beyond your imagination. Qin Linsong replied, then how did Yang Yi escape from the Yang clan? Li Fengyu glanced at her and said, besides the 8 clans, there should be no others who are aware of that. Miss Qin, your identity isn't ordinary. Qin Linsong remained silent. Li Fengyu added, Yang Yi was able to escape because his trump cards kept exceeding the Yang clan's expectations. Moreover, the Yang clan hadn't recalled its experts that were outside the clan. Besides that, it's as I said just now. Every clan has trump cards that others don't know about. Why don't others know about it? It's because those trump cards will only be used when it's a moment of life and death for a clan. Qin Linsong said, you're trying to tell me that he'll be giving my life away by going there with him? Li Fengyu nodded. I'm not looking down on both of you, but both of you are really incapable of fighting the Yang clan. Qin Linsong grinned. Li Fengyu, if Yang Yi and I are still alive in a year from now, then you won't even be able to defend yourself against 3 attacks from us. She turned around and walked away once she finished speaking. Li Fengyu asked, what are you trying to say? Qin Linsong stopped and said, how can sword cultivators like us be fearful and hesitant when doing things? The Yang clan is extremely strong, but I'm not afraid. If I go and we're no match for them, then we'll flee. Fear is not even daring to go. She paused for a moment and continued. Yang Yi said that everyone must take their own path. Now, I understand what he meant a little. Li Fengyu, you were born in a clan, and it has given you success and restraints. She transformed into a ray of light and vanished into the sky once she finished speaking. Li Fengyu remained silent on the spot. Over 10,000 kilometers away, Yang Yi flew swiftly on his sword while taking Qin Yushui with him. A long time passed before Yang Yi stopped, and then he gazed at her. Miss Qin, you said the Yang clan has sent its forces to Merak system. Do you know their whereabouts? Qin Yushui fell silent for a long time before she said, I don't, but my clan does. You're not going to return to Merak system? Yang Yi shook his head. I can't allow the battlefield to be there. Head thought of returning to Merak system, but he changed his mind in the end. If he returned, then he would be eternally locked in a passive position. Moreover, he couldn't allow the battlefield to be there. Merak system was too small, and it couldn't endure such a large-scale battle. So, the battlefield had to be in Milky Way system. Qin Yushui was intelligent, so she instantly understood Yang Yi's thoughts. She fell silent for a moment and said, even though I don't know who the Yang clan sent or their whereabouts, my clan does. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time and said, your clan told you to come to me. She glanced at him and asked, how did you know? Yang Yi shook his head slightly. Tell me what the Qin clan wants. Qin Yushui fell silent for a long time before she replied, my ancestor knew you would ask me that. So, he told me to ask you a question. What can you give the Qin clan? Yang Yi fell silent. What could he give the Qin clan? He had nothing to give them right now. Qin Yushui continued, my ancestor said that he's a straightforward person too, and he doesn't like playing tricks. Helping you is just a small matter for the Qin clan. and his objective is that you remember our Qin clan's kindness. If you don't die, then you can return the favor if you want, and it's fine even if you don't return the favor. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he said, "I'll remember this kindness." Qin Yushui nodded slightly, and then she flicked a scroll to Yang Yi. "The information you need is within it. Don't throw it away. My Qin clan will be using it to convey additional information to you if the Yang clan takes any further action." Yang Yi glanced at it and said, "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and vanished on the spot. Suddenly, Qin Yushui shouted, "The Yang clan sent true realm experts. I can fight 10 of them." A voice came from afar. It was Yang Yi's voice. 10 of them. Qin Yushui was stunned on the spot. In the boundless starry sky, a man was shooting through it like a shooting star. There was a tiny embroidered on his left chest. It was the Yang clan's Yang Ling. It didn't take long for Yang Ling to arrive at the edge of the medium universe of the Milky Way system. Suddenly, Yang Ling stopped because a man had appeared before him. Yang Yi. The man was Yang Yi. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi. Yang Ling stared at Yang Yi. The patriarch was right. You really have shown yourself. Yang Yi started walking slowly in Yang Ling's direction. Tell me something before you die. Who raised the proposal to capture my family? Yang Ling laughed coldly. Yang Yi, if I'm not wrong, someone is definitely helping you in secret. Let me guess, is it the Ying clan, the Wu clan, or the Qin clan? Yang Yi stopped moving. You know that someone is helping me. Yang Ling laughed coldly. When a traitor like you has appeared in my Yang clan, how could the other clans not try to use this opportunity? Of course, it's normal. Even my Yang clan would have done the same. Traitor? Yang Yi chuckled. I, Yang Yi, am a traitor? How amusing. But it's normal. After all, people always like to take the moral high ground, and then push all the bad things onto others. Yang Yi shook his head at this point. Since you refuse to answer me, then die. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi was about to attack. However, the space around him suddenly trembled, and then 5 black-robed old men swiftly appeared around him. 5 true realm experts. It was an ambush. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The Qin clan betrayed me? Such a thought had immediately appeared in Yang Yi's mind. Suddenly, Yang Ling said, Yang Yi, while we don't know who's helping you, it doesn't make a difference to us. Because that's exactly what we want. Yang Yi glanced at the old men around him and gazed at Yang Ling. 5 true realm experts? That doesn't seem enough. Yang Ling grinned. Just try it first. If it isn't enough, we have even better treatment waiting for you. As he spoke, Yang Ling bowed slightly to the 5 black-robed old men, exalted elders. Even though he's a member of our Yang clan, he has become a sworn enemy of our clan. He's an extraordinary genius, so if he isn't eliminated now, he'll definitely become a calamity for our clan. Thus, please don't hold back. Meanwhile, one of the 5 old men, an old man who held a black cane, stepped forward. He glanced at Yang Yi and said, Yang Shun, I watched your father grow up. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Looks like you've lived for a very long time. Yang Shun nodded slightly. All 5 of us have lived for a very long time. We feel very regretful for what happened to you. If we weren't in closed-door cultivation, we would have definitely stopped the clan from treating you in that way. Yang Ling's face instantly became quite unsightly upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Yang Shun added, Unfortunately, it's too late for that now. You hold resentment towards the clan. Based on your character, you'll definitely take revenge on the clan. Yang Yi smiled. So, I must die, right? Yang Shun replied, No. I can give you a chance to live. So long as you swear on your soul that you won't take revenge on the clan, and hand over 2 strands of your soul, then we can let you live. Hand over 2 strands of my soul? Yang Yi started laughing. I thought that a few reasonable people had appeared in the Yang clan. But it seems like I was just too naive. Let's just cut the crap and fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. At the same moment, Yang Shun and the others attacked. They waved their hands forward. In an instant, the space around Yang Yi suddenly started condensing in layers. It instantly condensed into a small cage that trapped Yang Yi. and the area around the cage had transformed into a huge black hole. The black hole stretched out for over 10,000 kilometers. Meanwhile, Yang Ling suddenly chuckled. Yang Yi, that's true condensing of space. Space has been condensed to its limits. Coupled with the energy of 5 exalted elders, you wouldn't be able to escape even if you're at the true realm right now. In the spatial cage, Yang Yi glanced at the cage which surrounded him, and then he tapped his sword against it. The spatial cage didn't even tremble. Haha. Meanwhile, Yang Ling started laughing. Yang Yi, you. His expression suddenly changed drastically. At this moment, the hairs throughout his body were standing on end, and his instinct towards danger made him flash away and flee the spot that he stood on. In next to no time, his figure had appeared 300 m away. However, as soon as he stopped there, his arm suddenly fell off his shoulder. Everyone here gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was still on the spot, but the spatial cage around him was gone. Yang Yi started walking slowly in Yang Ling and the others' direction. It's not impossible for me to let bygones be bygones between me and the Yang clan. Let's do this. Tell the Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Shao, to bring along the heads of those who ganged up on me that day. Kneel before me, and then repeat these words 100 times. Grandpa Yang, I was wrong. Do that, and I'll let bygones be bygones. All right? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17:14, then 2. Yang Shun and the others' faces turned gloomy when they heard Yang Yi. Make the Yang clan's patriarch kneel before Yang Yi, while bringing along the heads of those experts? Was it even possible? Of course it wasn't possible. Even if the Yang clan's patriarch was willing to do so, they wouldn't allow it. Because if the Yang clan's patriarch did that, the Yang clan would become the laughingstock of the entire medium universe. Moreover, the Yang clan's patriarch would never do that. Not to mention that Yang Yi was just an extraordinary genius who was slightly monstrous. Even if he was an extraordinary genius like Wu Mu, the Yang clan still wouldn't do anything that brought shame to the Yang clan. Yang Shun gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "You really intend to fight the clan until death?" Yang Yi withdrew one of the energy pearls that Snowy made and consumed it. "Allow me to correct you. It's the Yang clan who has been constantly forcing my hand, and it's the Yang clan that has always wanted to kill me. The Yang clan just wasn't able to succeed. Yet now, you make it sound like I've been the one who has always been looking for trouble with the Yang clan." Yang Shun was about to speak when Yang Ling suddenly said, "Don't waste your breath on him. He's recovering his profound energy. Hurry." Yang Ling's expression changed again when he spoke up to this point. Just as before, his countenance suddenly turned ghastly pale. An instant later, his figure vanished on the spot, and head moved 300 m to the right when he appeared again. As soon as he stopped on the spot, his other arm fell off his shoulder, but Yang Yi was still on the spot. Everyone here was shocked. Actually, all of them knew that Yang Yi had attacked. But Yang Yi had been so fast that even they hadn't been able to react to it. It was truly swift to the limit. The most astounded here was Yang Ling. If he hadn't been frequently leading expeditions for the Yang clan and possessed a very sensitive sense for danger, he would be dead. Because both of Yang Yi's attacks hadn't been aimed at his arms, they were aimed at his head. The most shocking part was he noticed that he was actually unable to quickly regrow his arm. Not only was he unable to quickly regrow it, there was a strand of mysterious energy corroding his body from where his arms had been sliced off. If he hadn't quickly utilized his profound energy to resist the corrosion, it would have instantly corroded his entire body into powder. The laws of decay. Even though the laws of decay couldn't instantly decay a true realm expert, it could stop them from quickly repairing their bodies. This effect was extremely useful. Just like this very moment, Yang Ling had lost both his arms, so his combat strength had definitely been halved. Yang Yi glanced at Yang Ling. Even though his attacks hadn't been able to instantly kill a true realm expert, he was very satisfied with the technique head created. True realm experts, and especially true realm experts like Yang Ling, possessed terrifying strength. If he could kill them in an instant with that new technique of his, then it would really be quite heaven-defying. Of course, Split Second had many flaws, but it was fine because he could perfect it slowly. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and swallowed another energy pearl. As soon as it entered his body, a wave of surging, profound energy instantly swept through his body. In next to no time, the primordial pagoda absorbed all of it, and then threads of violet energy flowed out from within the primordial pagoda. Split Second consumed too much profound energy. Even though he still could execute it once more, he didn't dare to fully exhaust his profound energy. Fortunately, he had Snowy, so he didn't really have to worry about profound energy. Yang Yi looked up at Yang Ling. The latter's expression changed when he saw Yang Yi look at him, and then his figure flashed over 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he said, "Calm down. I haven't even attacked." Yang Ling's face was extremely unsightly. Head really lost face today. Attack together. Suddenly, Yang Shun's voice resounded. As soon as he gave the order, 5 powerful auras swept out from them and surged towards Yang Yi like a tide. The auras of 5 true realm experts. Once their auras swept out, the space throughout the area warped, and Yang Yi, who was at the center of their auras, was almost suffocated. Meanwhile, Yang Shun and the others attacked. 5 enormous palms suddenly appeared above Yang Yi, and they lined up, one after the other, as they descended towards Yang Yi. Space was instantly obliterated before them. Yang Yi was still being suppressed by their auras. Yang Ye's hand suddenly moved when those palms had arrived around 30 m above him. 10 rays of light suddenly appeared around Yang Yi, and then the auras around him were instantly minced into bits. At the same time, those huge palms had arrived a little over a meter above him. Suddenly, a sword stabbed at the center of one of the huge palms. Crack! A clear and loud crack resounded, and then the huge palm cracked open. But the force contained within the 5 palms blasted Yang Yi downwards. How terrifying were the joint forces of 5 true realm experts! If it was just a single true realm expert, then Yang Yi would definitely not fear such a collision. Yet now, he was facing 5. Their strengths were combined together, so he wouldn't be able to resist it even if he was at the true realm right now. As his figure fell, a cold glow flashed through Yang Ye's eyes, and then he stomped his right foot down. Boom! His stomp instantly shattered the space below his feet, and he relied on the counterforce to charge up into the air. Hiss! Yang Ye's figure pierced through all 5 palms. But at the moment he accomplished that, a huge energy fist slammed down at him like a mountain. Yang Ye's face remained calm as he stabbed his sword upwards, and it stabbed right at the center of the fist. Bang! As soon as they collided, the fist shattered into pieces while Yang Yi was pushed over 300 m away. But it only took a moment for another huge fist to appear before Yang Yi, and there were 3 more similar fists behind it. These 5 fists were attacking in succession. They were overlapping their strength. Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword. At this point in the battle, Head realized that while they weren't as strong as Yang Xiao, they were much stronger than a true realm expert like Yang Ling. Moreover, their joint forces were quite terrifying. They were absolutely not ordinary true realm experts. If his strength hadn't improved at all, he would be absolutely incapable of resisting even a single attack from them. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he suddenly stabbed his sword forward. It was just a simple stab, and it wasn't enhanced by any sword intent. But everywhere it passed, space seemed like paper as Yang Ye's sword tore straight through it. Yang Yi had no choice but to use force to overcome their joint forces. Because they were too strong, so no tricks or techniques would work. Visit Me for extra chapters. So, he chose to overcome them by force. Yang Ye's sword shook violently upon stabbing against the fist, and then it only took an instant for the fist to shatter into bits of energy that shot towards the surroundings. As for Yang Yi himself, he was pushed over 300 m away again, and he hadn't even stopped himself when another fist had appeared before him. They weren't allowing him to catch his breath at all. Yang Ye's face remained silent. He twisted his wrist slightly and stabbed his sword forward with its blade flat. Bang! An explosion resounded. The fist before Yang Yi shattered, and Yang Yi was pushed 300 m back once more. Just as before, another fist appeared before him when Head just stopped himself. Just like that, Yang Yi forcefully destroyed their joint attacks. However, when he destroyed the fifth fist, a thread of blood seeped out from the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. Even though Head overcome their joint forces, Head been injured by the force of the collisions. But Yang Shun and the others had extremely solemn expressions on their faces, because Yang Yi had crushed their joint attacks on his own. All on his own, without relying on any external forces. They wouldn't reveal solemn expressions if Yang Yi had relied on external forces, because all of that wasn't truly a part of Yang Yi's strength. But Yang Yi hadn't. Up until this point in the battle, had been only relying on himself. A monstrous genius. A truly monstrous genius. Yang Shun gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. At this moment, there was regret in their hearts. True regret. Absolute regret. They regretted allowing Yang Yi to become irreconcilable enemies with the Yang clan. Yang Shun wasn't the only one. The other four old men felt the same way. Previously, even though Yang Yi's accomplishments had surprised them and made them feel pity, they hadn't felt extreme regret, because Yang Yi had relied on external forces to accomplish all of that. So, strictly speaking, he was only strong on the outside. Yet now, Yang Yi hadn't relied on any external forces. He was fighting all five of them without falling into a disadvantaged state while relying only on himself. A true monstrous genius. If there was no conflict between Yang Yi and the Yang clan, Yang Shun suddenly shook his head and said, I suddenly realized that it's impossible for there to be no conflict between you and the Yang clan. Those fellows in the clan have grudges against your father, so they will never allow you to grow in the clan. The clan will definitely split apart if we make you stay. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and said, What you just said doesn't make a fucking difference. In a few years from now, either the Yang clan or I will vanish from this world. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi attacked. Yang Shun's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, Watch out! Meanwhile, Yang Ling's expression changed drastically as well. He vanished on the spot, and he was over 1 kilometer away when he appeared again. As soon as his figure appeared there, his ear and a third of his face just fell off his body. But that wasn't the end of it. As soon as he stopped there, his eyes had opened wide as well. Finished. At the same time that he finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly appeared before him, and Yang Yi's sword was pressed against the center of Yang Ling's forehead. Yang Yi turned to look at Yang Shun's group. If one attack isn't sufficient to instantly kill a true realm expert, then two. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17:15. Yang Yi. You're shameless. Yang Yi's sword was moving very slowly. Obviously, he was doing it intentionally. Yang Ling wanted to resist, but he didn't have the ability to, because Yang Yi's sword could speed up at any moment. Just like that, Yang Ling watched as Yang Yi's sword pierced through his head. Once it pierced fully through Yang Ling's head, Yang Yi suddenly made a horizontal swing. Hiss! Yang Ling's head flew up into the air while accompanied by a pillar of blood. After that, Yang Yi consumed another energy pearl and gazed at Yang Shun's group. He didn't attack again because his profound energy hadn't fully recovered. So, at this moment, the longer he could delay, the better. Yang Shun and the others stared at Yang Yi. It wasn't that they didn't want to save Yang Ling just now, they weren't able to. At the moment Yang Yi's sword was pressed against Yang Ling's forehead, it could be said that Yang Ling was dead. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, Where's Yang Xiao? Why isn't he here? Yang Shun replied, Looks like you're very confident. Yang Yi grinned, Not really. I just want to fight him. Fight Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao was one of the top experts in their clan. Yet now, Yang Yi spoke about fighting Yang Xiao. Was it conceit or confidence? Even though Yang Yi had said that to buy time, It was something he truly meant. He really did want to fight Yang Xiao. Even though Yang Shun and the others weren't weak, they wouldn't fight him in single combat. Yang Shun was about to speak when one of the old men spoke abruptly. "He's buying time." Yang Shun's eyes narrowed slightly. He sized up Yang Yi and said, "Those two attacks exhausted all your profound energy, right?" Yang Yi grinned. "Why don't you find out for yourself?" Yang Shun nodded. "Of course I will." He suddenly took a step forward, and then he stretched out his right hand and flipped it upwards. Bang! In an instant, the space beneath Yang Ye's face rose up. Space rose up like a torrent from below his feet and seemed to intend to envelop him. Yang Shun had overturned space with a flip of his palm. Yang Ye's expression remained calm. He fell silent for a moment, and then he stomped his right foot down. Bang! The force of it instantly shattered the space beneath his foot, and then the black hole beneath him started to spin. A wave of powerful mincing force enveloped Yang Yi and intended to mince him into bits. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw it, and then he shook his head. "Using dark energy to kill me? Even true realm experts can't do that." Yang Yi took a step forward, and then the black hole instantly fell silent before a ray of light flashed out from it. Yang Shun's expression changed slightly when he saw the ray of light. He unfurled his fist and stretched it forward. At the same time, a sword struck the center of his palm. Hiss! The sword stabbed in slightly and blood seeped out. However, it was merely able to go in slightly, and then it couldn't move even a little further. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like his sword had stabbed against metal. Back! Yang Shun's voice resounded as he shook his palm. Bang! Yang Yi was pushed over 300 m backwards. Yang Shun didn't launch another attack. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "That little girl, Yang Lianshuang, was similarly pushed 300 m back when I used that attack on her." Yang Lianshuang. Yang Yi glanced at Yang Shun. "Your strength is much stronger than I expected. You're no ordinary true realm expert." Yang Shun spoke indifferently. "The true realm is divided into 6 stages. Yang Ling and the others are at the 2nd stage, and am at the 3rd stage." 6 stages. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He hadn't expected the true realm to be divided into 6 stages. However, it made sense because there were many things in this world which one may not be aware of without sufficient strength. Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Shun suddenly spoke. "They'll give you another chance. So long as you hand over 2 strands of your soul, I guarantee that the Yang clan won't act against you. It's your only chance to live. Don't even think about resisting the Yang clan. Even if your father is alive, it's impossible for him to fight the Yang clan on his own." 2 strands of his soul. Yang Yi chuckled. Would he hand it over? Of course he wouldn't. Handing over 2 strands of his soul was equivalent to placing his fate in another's hands. At that time, the Yang clan would be able to decide his fate. So, he had to be an idiot to hand it over to the Yang clan. Moreover, as a man, he would rather die standing than choose to kneel. This time, Yang Yi didn't waste his breath, and his figure just vanished on the spot. He was in front of Yang Shun when he appeared again, and his sword shot straight towards Yang Shun's forehead. Even though Yang Yi was very swift, an expert at Yang Shun's level could see his movements clearly. So, his sword hadn't even arrived before Yang Shun's forehead when Yang Shun raised his palm to block Yang Ye's attack. Yang Shun hadn't executed any techniques, and had just simply raised his palm. But it was exactly such an ordinary move that had stopped Yang Ye's sword. Suddenly, Yang Yi released his sword and slapped its hilt. Hiss! The sword stabbed into Yang Shun's palm. The latter reacted quickly and instantly grabbed the sword's blade with his other hand. However, Yang Yi suddenly grabbed the sword's hilt and twisted it. Yang Shun immediately released the sword when he saw Yang Yi twisting it, but he was still a little too late. Hiss! A part of Yang Shun's hand flew up into the air. Meanwhile, Yang Yi intended to follow up with another attack, but Yang Shun's figure had appeared 300 m away. Yang Shun glanced at his severed palm, fell silent for a moment, and then looked up at Yang Yi. "I never expected your comprehension of the true realm to be at such a level. It's truly..." His voice stopped abruptly at this point because a sword glimmered coldly as it arrived just half an inch away from his forehead. It was swift, absolutely swift. Yang Shun's pupils constricted slightly. This attack felt extremely dangerous to him. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. He wasn't able to launch a counterattack in time. He relied on his instinct and reflexes to move his head slightly to the side, causing Yang Yes' sword to stab right past his nose. Suddenly, Yang Yes' sword stopped, and then it swept horizontally. Even space was sliced open before it. Yang Shun had been able to react fully this time, and he raised his palm to stop Yang Yes' sword. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and Yang Shun was pushed over 300 m back. As for Yang Yi himself, he was pushed backwards repeatedly, but he suddenly stomped his right foot down when had just been pushed over 60 m back, and then a ray of cold light appeared 3 inches away from Yang Shun's forehead. Yang Shun's expression changed once more. Yang Yes' rhythm in battle was too quick, and it was so quick that he couldn't deal with it. Right when Yang Yes' sword was just half an inch away from Yang Shun's forehead, the latter suddenly used his hands to clamp down on Yang Yes' swords. However, his face immediately changed again because the sword between his palms started to spin. He knew how strong Yang Yi was, so he hurriedly released Yang Yes' sword. But at the instant he did that, Yang Yes' sword stabbed forward like a bolt of lightning towards his throat. It caused Yang Shun's scalp to go numb. It was so swift that it was even a little too much for him. However, he wasn't an ordinary true realm expert, so it didn't take long for him to regain his composure. This time, he didn't use his palms again, and a pitch-black cane appeared before him. When Yang Yes' sword stabbed against the cane, both sword and cane trembled violently, and the powerful force from the collision pushed both Yang Yi and Yang Shun backwards repeatedly. Yang Shun was pushed over 300 m back, while Yang Yi was merely pushed around 50 m back. The reason Head been pushed back a shorter distance was mainly because Head used the spatial laws. Head used the spatial laws to slow himself as he moved backwards, and it dispersed most of the force that was acting upon him. After all, he could merge into one with space. He couldn't be considered to have invented this move as it was Zir who told him about it. In the beginning, he didn't think it was very useful, but it was actually absolutely useful. As soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi attacked again. Meanwhile, Yang Shun still hadn't stopped himself from moving further backwards when a ray of cold light appeared before his forehead. Again, Yang Shun was shocked and hurriedly acted. After that, Yang Shun, a third-stage true realm expert, was actually completely suppressed in battle by Yang Yi, a zenith realm expert. He was truly suppressed, because Yang Yi was too swift, and he was too physically strong as well. So, Yang Shun was instantly suppressed. Yang Shun didn't execute any formidable techniques. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he didn't dare to, because Yang Yi was too swift. It took time for him to execute a technique, and Yang Yi was entirely capable of stabbing through his head before he could finish executing a technique. So, he didn't dare to execute any techniques. He felt quite regretful in his heart. He regretted fighting Yang Yi in close quarters. However, it couldn't be helped, because Yang Yi could just suddenly appear in front of behind him before he could even react. He had no choice but to engage Yang Yi in close quarters. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Shun suddenly said, "Join the fight." The other 4 old men who were watching the battle were stunned when they heard Yang Shun, and then they simultaneously vanished on the spot. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "Ganging up on me?" A moment later, the sword in Yang Yi's grasp suddenly changed into the wooden sword. The wooden sword. Yang Yi swung his sword. Yang Shun was at the front of the group, and his expression changed drastically. Just as before, he pressed his palms together to clamp down on Yang Yi's sword. As expected, he successfully clamped Yang Yi's sword between his palms. Hiss! However, just an instant later, a pair of palms flew up into the air. The other old men immediately stopped when they witnessed this scene, and they gazed at Yang Yi's wooden sword with astonishment. It was especially so for Yang Shun. His eyes were filled with astonishment. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Shun's expression became extremely unsightly. "Yang Yi, you're shameless. You're actually relying on external sources of strength. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: You can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1716. Yang Yi, you're still too kind-hearted. Needless to say, Yang Shun's words amused Yang Yi. Using external sources of strength? Yes, Head used the wooden sword and done that. But was that shameless? He didn't want to rely on treasures, but it depended on the situation. At this moment, the five of them were ganging up on him. If he didn't use the wooden sword, then he would really be quite pedantic. However, the wooden sword wasn't that important to him anymore. He would never rely on it like he had in the past, but he wouldn't intentionally stop himself from using it as well. After all, one's mentality was the most important when using external sources of strength. Yang Shun's expression was quite unsightly, and his expression grew even more unsightly when he noticed the ridicule in Yang Ye's eyes. Actually, Head realized that Head misspoken as soon as he spoke those words. After all, it wasn't a fair fight between them and Yang Yi. It was a battle of life and death. Moreover, five of them were ganging up on Yang Yi, and even their cultivations were higher than him. Under such circumstances, Yang Yi would be an absolute fool to not use any treasures in battle. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He tapped his right foot down, and the space below him rippled. At the same time, Yang Ye's figure vanished on the spot. Yang Shun's expression instantly changed drastically at the sight of this. Watch out! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi had appeared before one of the old men, and the wooden sword had arrived just 3 inches away from the old man's forehead. That old man was horrified. It was impossible for him to flee now, take an injury and save his life. That was what the old man thought right now, and it was what he did. At the critical moment, he grabbed Yang Ye's wooden sword with his left hand. However, at the instant that he grabbed it, the wooden sword suddenly spun. Hiss! A stream of blood sprayed into the air along with the old man's left hand. However, the old man was safe, because Head moved over 1 kilometer back when his hand was sliced off. At the same time, Yang Shun and the others arrived by his side. At this moment, all of them were grouped up. They didn't dare to split up. At this moment, not one of them dared to go head-on against Yang Yi while he was using the wooden sword. They couldn't resist his attacks because trying to would result in either injury or death. Yang Yi started walking slowly in their direction. He didn't attack and just walked towards them, and he was even walking quite slowly like he was on a stroll. Yang Yi didn't release his aura as a Zenith Realm expert or any one of his intents. However, all 5 of them felt pressure that struck at their hearts. Pressure. Invisible pressure. It was like the unexplainable pressure that subjects felt when facing their emperor. It wasn't something that came from the body, and it was something that was felt mentally. At this moment, that was how Yang Shun and the others felt. Yang Yi was still walking with the wooden sword in his grasp. He didn't attack, and Yang Shun's group didn't attack as well. Just like that, Yang Yi arrived 30 m away from them. Suddenly, Yang Shun said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, all 5 of them vanished on the spot. Yang Yi stopped when they vanished. He wasn't surprised that they'd left, because from the moment that they didn't dare to attack him, a crack had appeared in their mental state. They felt fear towards him while he held the wooden sword. None of them was confident in their ability to deal with him and the wooden sword, so they chose to retreat. If they didn't retreat and try to fight him, then at least 3 of them would die here. Yang Yi looked down at the wooden sword, and it didn't take long for it to vanish from his grasp. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "It's not my sword after all." If the wooden sword acknowledged him and became one with him, then his combat strength would improve by at least a level. Unfortunately, while it was willing to let him use it twice a month because of Snowy, it rejected him. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared before Yang Yi, and then a woman was standing in front of him. It was the sword spirit who hadn't taken human form for a very long time. She said, "I'm leaving." Yang Yi was slightly stunned. "Where are you going?" The sword spirit fell silent for a moment and replied, "I'm of no help to you right now. So, it's pointless to stay by your side." Yang Yi shook his head. "How can you think like that?" She replied, "It's a fact." He looked her in the eyes. "You're not just a sword to me." She gazed at him and asked, "Then what am I?" He replied, "A comrade in battle, a friend, and a loved one." She fell silent. Yang Yi added, "Sword spirit, you and Zir have been with me for the longest time, and you're the sword that knows me the best. Your place in my heart is equal to Zir, Su Qingshi, and the others." She lowered her head slightly and fell silent for a long time before she said, "But I can't help you anymore. Only it can help you. It the wooden sword, of course." Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "As far as I'm concerned, even 100 wooden swords can't compare to you. As for what you said about it being the only one capable of helping me, it is very strong indeed, but it isn't my sword. I'm just using it for now. Moreover, there are no weak swords, and there are only weak people, right?" In his heart, she wasn't just a sword. She was family. It was also why he had never given up on Heavenrend. It was because he didn't want to feel useless. Even though he rarely spoke to her, he knew how she thought, just like she knew him. There was no need for many words between them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "The path ahead is a long one. Accompany me on it, all right?" She gazed at him for a long time and nodded. "All right, we'll take that path together." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into her true form and appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. Yang Yi glanced at the sword in his grasp, and a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. "We'll go all the way together." Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned. He issued a command in his heart, and the scroll Qin Yushui gave him appeared in front of him. It didn't take long for his face to become icy cold. In the end, killing intent appeared in his eyes. The Yang clan hadn't sent only Yang Ling to Merak's system. It had sent other experts there as well. The Yang clan's goal was very clear. They hoped to capture his family and use them to take control of him. Obviously, they would have to pay a huge price to kill him. But if they targeted his loved ones, then they wouldn't have to lose anything. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi flew through space on his sword. He was extremely swift now. Even true realm experts would find it difficult to match his speed. It was because he was using the spatial laws, laws of speed, and the laws of darkness. All three laws were being used to improve his speed. This made his speed faster than even the eye could see. It didn't take long for him to travel along the path the Qin clan had provided and finally catch up to that expert from the Yang clan. This time, the expert heading to the Yang clan was none other than the Yang clan's guardian, Yang Gou. When he saw Yang Yi, Yang Gou gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "Looks like someone really is helping you in secret." Yang Yi glanced at Yang Gou. "I didn't expect it to be you." Yang Gou replied, "I'm a member of the Yang clan. Anyone who threatens the Yang clan is an enemy of mine." Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, "Make your move." Yang Gou nodded. "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Gou vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again. In an instant, countless spear images enveloped Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi made his move. In an instant, 10 rays of light appeared around him, and the spear images vanished without a trace. However, at the moment they vanished, the tip of a spear arrived just 5 inches away from Yang Yi's forehead. Yang Yi's expression didn't change at all. He just moved his head slightly to the side and made the spear pass right by his forehead. At the same time, his sword suddenly swept towards the left. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then Yang Gou appeared over 100 m away. There was a tiny golden shield protecting his abdomen. Yang Gou glanced at the cracks on his shield, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. "I truly never expected you to grow to such an extent in just this short while." Yang Yi didn't waste his breath, and he just took a step forward. As soon as he did that, a sword arrived just a few inches away from Yang Ju's throat. Yang Ju's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Yang Yi's attack to actually be that fast. It had completely exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, his reaction wasn't slow, and Head raised his spear to defend himself at the critical moment. Clang! An ear-piercing clang resounded. Yang Gou was blasted over 300 m back, but he hadn't even been able to stop himself before a sword appeared in front of him again. This time, The shock in his heart was at its limits. Yang Ye's speed and rhythm in battle was absolutely too quick. It was so swift that he wasn't able to handle it. Of course, he wouldn't just sit there and wait for death to arrive. Head swiftly stabbed his spear forward at the instant the sword arrived in front of him. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded. Yang Wu was blasted 300 m back again. This time, he didn't have another chance to attack, because Yang Ye's sword was pressed against his forehead. Head lost. Yang Yi looked Yang Wu in the eyes and said, "That day, you helped me outside the Ku clan, and I've never forgotten that debt I owe you. Now, I'll spare your life, and we're even. I won't show mercy if we meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around. Yang Wu stood on the spot and gazed at Yang Yi. He was about to speak when his eyes suddenly opened wide, and they were filled with astonishment. He instinctively tried to flee from where he stood, but it was still too late. A hand had suddenly emerged from within his chest, and it was holding a bloody object. It was Yang Ju's heart. "Yang Yi, you're still too kind-hearted. I'm a little disappointed." Meanwhile, a voice resounded. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.